Hello everyone and welcome. This is N.O. Harry speaking. We have handpicked a wonderful story for today. What if Harry and Daphne were secretly betrothed by blood magic and together they conquered the ministry in year 7? New videos drop regularly, so subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like if you enjoy the story. Shall we begin? Here goes. Chapter 1, Blood Awakening. The letter arrived 3 days after Harry's 17th birthday, delivered by an imperious eagle owl that perched on his windowsill at Privet Drive and refused to leave until he accepted its burden. The parchment was thick and expensive, sealed with emerald wax bearing a crest he didn't recognize, a shield divided by a diagonal line, half showing stars, half showing what appeared to be grass or reeds. Harry broke the seal with suspicion. These days, anything unexpected spelled danger. The elegant handwriting inside sent ice down his spine. Potter, what have you done? Meet me tomorrow, noon, at the Leaky Cauldron. Private room. Come alone. The damage is already spreading. DG. Harry read it 3 times. DG. He knew of only one student at Hogwarts with those initials, Daphne Greengrass, the so-called Ice Queen of Slytherin. They'd never exchanged more than a handful of words in 6 years. Why would she contact him now, with this cryptic message? Damage, he muttered, setting the parchment on his bed. What damage? Harry had spent the summer in a fog of grief and anger following Dumbledore's death. The war was escalating daily. The Prophet reported disappearances, strange accidents, and signs of Death Eater activity that the Ministry still downplayed. Only yesterday, Lupin had informed him through a secure Patronus message that the Ministry might fall within weeks. And here was this mysterious summons from a Slytherin he barely knew. It had to be a trap. But something about the urgency in those few lines nagged at him. Harry glanced at his scarred right hand. The strange golden shimmer that had appeared on his birthday hadn't faded. If anything, it had intensified, now forming a distinct pattern beneath his skin that resembled a chain wrapping around his wrist. He'd tried healing spells, cleaning charms, even Muggle soap, but nothing affected it. Now a Slytherin was demanding a meeting about damage. Could they be connected? The owl hooted impatiently, shifting on the windowsill. Fine, Harry said, fishing out a scrap of parchment and a quill. But we're doing this my way. He scribbled a response, Greengrass, not the Leaky. Too exposed. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., Godric's Hollow Cemetery. I'll find you. Don't come if you can't come alone. H.P. Harry watched the owl disappear into the twilight, wondering if he'd just made a terrible mistake. But if this meeting was legitimate, he needed the home field advantage. And he'd been wanting to visit his parents' graves anyway. The cemetery in Godric's Hollow was empty when Harry arrived at 9:30 the next morning, his invisibility cloak tucked securely in his pocket. He'd placed detection charms around the perimeter and found 3 good escape routes. If this was a trap, he wouldn't be caught unprepared. At precisely 10 a.m., a soft pop of apparition broke the morning stillness. Daphne Greengrass materialized beside the cemetery gate, her posture rigid with tension. She wore simple dark blue robes rather than Muggle clothing, her blonde hair pinned severely at the nape of her neck. Her wand remained in its holster, but her hand hovered near it. Harry watched from behind a large headstone as she scanned the cemetery, her blue eyes calculating. There was something different about her, a golden shimmer visible around her left wrist that pulsed in time with his own. I know you're here, Potter, she called, her voice carrying easily in the quiet graveyard. I can feel you. That unsettled him. He slipped from behind the headstone, keeping his wand ready but not pointed directly at her. Greengrass. She didn't startle, merely turned toward him with a grim expression. You're marked too, then. Harry glanced at his wrist, where the golden chain pattern seemed to brighten in her presence. What is this? A catastrophe, she replied, her voice tight. May I approach? I'm alone and unarmed. Well, my wand is holstered. I need to confirm something. Harry nodded cautiously. Slowly. Daphne walked toward him with measured steps. As the distance between them decreased, the golden marks brightened until they seemed to emit actual light. When she stopped 3 feet away, Harry felt a strange pull, like a hook behind his navel similar to a port key, but gentler, urging him toward her. "Give me your hand," she said. "Not until you explain what's happening." Daphne's perfect composure slipped for a moment, revealing frustration and, was that fear? "I'm trying to confirm what I already suspect, Potter. Our families are bound by an ancient blood contract. It activated when you turned 17. Blood contract?" Harry's mind raced through everything he knew about magical contracts, which wasn't much. What kind of contract? A betrothal. The word fell like a stone between them. Harry blinked, certain he'd misheard. "A what?" "A betrothal," she repeated, her voice clinical despite the faint pink touching her cheeks. "A magically binding agreement to marry. Created generations ago between the Potter and Greengrass families." Harry almost laughed. "That's ridiculous. I would have known about something like that." "Would you?" Her gaze was sharp. "Who would have told you? Your Muggle relatives. Dumbledore? The same Dumbledore who kept you ignorant of your family heritage, your political standing, even the prophecy about you until he had no choice." The accusation stung because it rang true. Harry had discovered after Sirius's death just how much Dumbledore had kept from him, his inheritance, the Potter family's history, his seats on the Wisingamot that had remained empty for years. "How do you know about the prophecy?" he countered. "My father has sources," she said dismissively. "The point is, Potter, this contract exists. It's been dormant for decades because the conditions weren't right. Now it's activated, and unless we understand exactly what we're dealing with, we're both in danger." "From what?" "From the magic itself." Daphne held up her wrist, showing the golden chain pattern more clearly. "These marks are spreading. I've tried to research blood contracts, but our family grimoire was stolen during the First War. All I know is that once activated, the magic will compel fulfillment. If we resist." She let the implication hang. "So we're just supposed to get married because of some ancient contract?" Harry felt his temper rising. "I'm fighting a war. Voldemort," she flinched slightly, "is taking over the ministry. I don't have time for this. Do you think I'm thrilled?" Daphne's cool facade cracked further. "I had plans, Potter. Political ambitions. My family has maintained neutrality through careful maneuvering for generations. Now I'm magically bound to the Dark Lord's #1 target." They glared at each other, mutual frustration palpable in the air between them. Then, without warning, a pulse of energy emanated from their marked wrists, knocking them both back a step. "What was that?" Harry asked, steadying himself against a headstone. Daphne looked shaken. "The bond responding to our emotions, I think." She took a deep breath. "Look, we need to figure this out before it gets worse. Show me your mark. Please," she added, as though the word tasted foreign. Harry hesitantly extended his right hand. Daphne stepped forward and slowly reached out with her left. When their marked wrists came within inches of each other, the golden chains seemed to leap from their skin, twining together in the air between them. The moment the golden strands connected, a rush of magic surged through Harry. It felt like drinking Felix Felicis, a sudden clarity, a sense of potential and purpose so powerful it nearly took his breath away. Judging by Daphne's widened eyes, she felt it too. "Interesting," she whispered. "I didn't expect that." Harry pulled his hand back, breaking the connection. The feeling diminished but didn't disappear entirely. "What just happened?" "I'm not sure," Daphne admitted, studying her wrist thoughtfully. "But I think we just got a taste of what this bond can do." A distant crack of apparition made them both tense. Harry drew his wand fully, moving instinctively to stand between Daphne and the potential threat. "Someone's coming," he said quietly. "Multiple someones. Can you apparate? Daphne nodded, drawing her own wand. Where? Harry made a split-second decision. Grimmauld Place, London. Think of the address, number 12, Grimmauld Place. He had no idea if she'd be able to see the house under the Fidelius, but he suspected the bond might allow it. Either way, they needed to leave. On 3, he said, as the sound of approaching voices grew louder. 1, 2, 3 cloaked figures came into view beyond the cemetery wall, wands drawn. 3. They turned in unison and vanished with twin cracks. They appeared on the doorstep of Grimmauld Place, slightly disoriented. Harry reached for the door, but Daphne caught his arm. Wait, she said, her voice hushed. How did I apparate here? This place should be under Fidelius. Harry stared at her. You can see the house. Of course I can see it. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. She frowned. The bond must have shared the secret with me. That's concerning. Before Harry could respond, the door swung open to reveal Remus Lupin, his wand pointed directly at them. Harry. Lupin's gaze shifted to Daphne, his expression darkening. Step away from her. Slowly. It's not what you think, Harry said quickly. She's not a threat. We need to talk, privately. Lupin didn't lower his wand. Miss Greengrass, I believe. Your family's neutrality is well known, which makes your presence here rather suspicious. Circumstances have changed, Professor Lupin, Daphne replied coolly. I assure you, I'm not here by choice. She's with me, Harry insisted, stepping between them again. We were just attacked in Godric's Hollow. Can we come in? Lupin hesitated, then stepped aside. Directly to the kitchen. No detours. They followed him through the grim hallway past the covered portrait of Sirius's mother. The kitchen was empty except for Tonks, who sat at the table reading a report. Her hair, currently a subdued brown, changed briefly to alarmed red when she saw Daphne. Watch her, Harry, she said, casually positioning herself to block the far exit. Making new friends? It's complicated, Harry replied, suddenly exhausted. The adrenaline from their narrow escape was fading, leaving him acutely aware of the pounding headache developing behind his eyes. Explain, Lupin said, directing them to sit across the table from Tonks while he remained standing. Harry looked at Daphne, who gave him a slight nod. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing the golden chain pattern that now extended halfway to his elbow. We have a problem, he began. 20 minutes later, Lupin sat heavily in a chair, looking stunned. Tonks's hair had cycled through several colors during Harry's explanation before settling on a thoughtful blue. A blood betrothal, Lupin said, shaking his head. I've read about them, but they're incredibly rare now. The Ministry banned their creation nearly a century ago. This one predates the ban, Daphne explained. According to family history, it was established in 1819 between Bartholomew Potter and Eloise Greengrass. But why would it activate now? Tonks asked, leaning forward. These contracts usually have specific triggering conditions. That's what we need to figure out, Harry said. All we know is that it activated on my birthday, and the marks are spreading. And someone tried to attack you in Godric's Hollow, Lupin added grimly. Death Eaters? Possibly, Daphne said. Or Ministry agents. The current administration wouldn't want Potter forming powerful new alliances. So the betrothal is public knowledge? Lupin asked sharply. No, Daphne shook her head. But the magical signature of an activated blood bond this powerful can be detected by those who know what to look for. My father sensed it immediately. Others will have too. Which is why we need to understand exactly what we're dealing with, Harry said. Remus, is there anything in the Black Library about blood contracts? Possibly. The Blacks were rather fond of such binding magic. Lupin drummed his fingers on the table. But Harry, you should understand, blood betrothals can't simply be broken. The magic is designed to be permanent. There must be a way, Harry insisted. We can't be expected to, he glanced at Daphne, to actually get married because of some ancient agreement we didn't consent to. Actually, Potter, you did consent, Daphne said quietly. We both did, magically speaking. The contract could only activate if both heirs were magically compatible and neither had entered other binding commitments. That doesn't mean we have to go through with it, Harry argued. Daphne raised an eyebrow. Are you always this stubborn about things you don't understand? The magic will compel fulfillment. The only question is whether we can control the terms. She's right, Tonks interjected. Blood magic doesn't give you options, it gives you consequences. But sometimes you can work within the constraints. Harry ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Fine. So we research. But we also need to figure out who tried to attack us and why. I have a theory, Daphne said, drawing their attention. The timing of the contract's activation can't be coincidence. Potter turned 17 just as the Dark Lord is poised to take the ministry. This bond could shift the balance of power. How? Harry asked skeptically. Think about it. The Potters were a political powerhouse before your parents went into hiding. The Greengrass family controls significant economic interests and has alliances with neutral factions. Together. She hesitated, then continued more carefully. Together, we could potentially challenge both the Dark Lord and the corrupt ministry. You want to form a third faction in the war, Lupin said, his voice neutral but his eyes sharp. I want to survive, Daphne corrected. And perhaps change a few things along the way. Harry studied her, seeing beyond the cool exterior for the first time. There was ambition there, certainly, she was Slytherin through and through, but also something that looked remarkably like hope. We need more information before we make any decisions, he said finally. About the bond, about who's targeting us, about everything. Agreed, Daphne said. But we should establish some basic terms for working together. This bond connects us whether we like it or not. Fine. Harry extended his hand across the table, careful to use his unmarked left one. Temporary alliance while we figure this out. No secrets about the bond or anything related to it. Daphne regarded his hand for a moment before taking it. Agreed. And we make no major moves without consulting each other first. As they shook hands, the marks on their wrists flared briefly, sealing their agreement with magic they didn't yet understand. Harry found Daphne in the Black Library that evening, surrounded by ancient tomes and looking increasingly frustrated. She'd shed her outer robe and rolled up her sleeves, revealing the golden chain pattern that now wrapped around her forearm in an intricate pattern. He noticed that when she was focused, a small crease formed between her eyebrows. Any luck? He asked, setting down a tray with tea and sandwiches that Creature had prepared. Some, she replied without looking up. None of it good. Harry sat across from her. Tell me. Daphne sighed, marking her place in the text before meeting his gaze. Blood betrothals were created to forge powerful magical alliances between families. They're designed to enhance the magical capabilities of both parties and ensure compatible offspring. She delivered this clinical assessment without embarrassment, though Harry felt his own cheeks warm slightly. The bond grows stronger over time, she continued. These marks, she gestured to her wrist, will continue to spread until the contract is fulfilled through marriage. If we resist beyond a certain point, the magic turns punitive. How punitive? Loss of magic. Physical pain. Eventually, death. She picked up her teacup, her hand perfectly steady despite the gravity of her words. The timeline varies, but most sources suggest we'd have about a year from activation before the effects become unbearable. Harry absorbed this. So we either get married or lose our magic and possibly die. Those are our options. Essentially. Daphne took a sip of tea. Though there's more to it than just a ceremony. The bond requires genuine partnership, political, magical, and eventually physical consummation. Harry nearly choked on his tea. Right. And there's no way to break it? Only one that I've found so far, she said grimly. If one of us dies, the other is released. A heavy silence fell between them. So we're trapped, Harry said finally. Not necessarily trapped. Daphne set down her cup. We could view this as an opportunity. To do what, exactly? To change things. She leaned forward, a sudden intensity in her blue eyes. Potter, do you realize the potential power at our disposal? This bond amplifies our combined magic. The brief connection we experienced in the cemetery was just a fraction of what we could access. And what would we do with this power? Harry asked cautiously. Whatever we want. Daphne's voice dropped. The magical world is broken, Potter. The ministry is corrupt, blood purists control too much, and progressives lack the political will to make real change. Between the Dark Lord and the ministry, we're choosing between different flavors of oppression. And you care about changing that? Harry couldn't keep the skepticism from his voice. You're a Slytherin pureblood. Daphne's expression cooled. And that means I support the Dark Lord? My family has remained neutral precisely because we reject both extremes. The pureblood agenda is a death sentence for magical Britain, inbreeding and isolation while Muggles advance beyond us. But the ministry's willful blindness to magical traditions and heritage is equally destructive. So what's your vision then? Harry challenged. A magical society that combines innovation with tradition. Merit-based advancement alongside respect for magical heritage, regardless of blood status. Her eyes never left his. But vision means nothing without power to implement it. Together, we could have that power. Harry studied her, trying to reconcile this passionate idealist with the Ice Queen he'd glimpsed in Hogwarts corridors for 6 years. Why should I trust you? You shouldn't, not completely. Not yet. Her honesty surprised him. But the bond will reveal deception. We can literally feel each other's intentions when connected. To demonstrate, she extended her marked wrist. After a moment's hesitation, Harry reached out with his own. The golden chains leapt between them, connecting with a warm pulse of magic. Instantly, he could sense her, not her thoughts, exactly, but her emotions and the shape of her intentions. There was ambition there, certainly, but also determination, intelligence, and a surprising current of idealism. She believed what she was saying. Daphne's eyes widened slightly. You really do want to save everyone, she murmured. It's not just rhetoric. Harry pulled back, breaking the connection. And you really do want to change the system? Yes, she said simply. My father built our family's neutrality as a survival strategy, but I've always wanted more. This bond could be the means. Before Harry could respond, the library door opened to admit Hermione, her arms full of books. She stopped short at the sight of Daphne. Harry? What's going on? Her eyes darted between them suspiciously. Hermione, Harry said, standing quickly. I didn't know you'd arrived. Clearly, she replied. Lupin said you were in the library with a guest. He didn't mention it was Daphne Greengrass. Daphne stood, her poise returning seamlessly. Granger, she acknowledged with a slight nod. Your timing is excellent. We could use another perspective on our research. Hermione's expression suggested she wasn't buying this civil overture for a second. Research on what, exactly? Harry sighed. This was going to be a long night. By midnight, the library table was covered with open books, parchment notes, and empty teacups. Hermione had moved from suspicious to fascinated to horrified as Harry and Daphne explained their situation. This is medieval, she declared, closing an ancient tome with more force than necessary. Magical binding contracts that can't be broken. It's barbaric. It's old magic, Daphne corrected. Created in a different era for different purposes. Judging it by modern standards is pointless. The ethics are irrelevant at this point, Harry interjected before Hermione could argue. We need solutions, not moral judgments. Hermione bit her lip. I think I found something that might help. Not to break the bond, but to control its progression. She pulled a worn leather book toward her. According to this, blood betrothals can be temporarily stabilized through a formal acknowledgement ceremony. It won't remove the bond, but it might slow the spread of the marks and give you more time. What kind of ceremony? Harry asked. A public declaration of intent, Hermione explained. You'd essentially announce the betrothal and your intention to fulfill it, but without committing to an immediate timeline. That could work, Daphne mused. It would satisfy the bond's magic temporarily while we develop a longer-term strategy. She turned to Harry. But it would also announce our alliance publicly. Are you prepared for that? Harry considered this. The wizarding world already viewed him alternately as savior or lunatic. How would they react to his sudden betrothal to a Slytherin from a neutral family? Who would need to be present for this ceremony? He asked Hermione. Representatives from both families, witnesses from the magical community, and ideally someone with sufficient authority to sanctify the declaration. Hermione frowned. Traditionally that would be a ministry official, but given the current situation. We could use the room of requirement at Hogwarts, Harry suggested. Invite trusted allies from each house. McGonagall could officiate, she's deputy headmistress and acting head of Hogwarts now. Daphne nodded slowly. That could work. My parents would attend, they're concerned about the bond but ultimately support any path that ensures my safety and our family's position. This is insane, Hermione said, though with less heat than before. Harry, are you sure about this? No, he admitted. But I'm sure that doing nothing isn't an option. The marks are spreading, Hermione. And someone already tried to attack us once. About that, Hermione said. Lupin's been making inquiries. The Order intercepted communications suggesting that both Death Eaters and Ministry officials have detected the magical surge from your bond activation. They don't know exactly what it is yet, but they know it involves you, Harry. Then we need to control the narrative, Daphne said decisively. Make the announcement on our terms before others discover the truth and use it against us. Harry nodded reluctantly. How soon can we arrange the ceremony? 3 days, Daphne said. Any longer and we risk the information leaking. I can contact my parents tonight. I'll speak with McGonagall tomorrow, Hermione offered. And help coordinate with the Order for security. Harry felt a strange mixture of dread and determination. 3 days to prepare to announce a magical betrothal he'd known nothing about 48 hours ago, to a woman he barely knew, with political implications he was only beginning to understand. He caught Daphne watching him, her expression unreadable. Second thoughts, Potter. About 100 of them, he admitted. But not about moving forward. If we're stuck in this together, we might as well make the most of it. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. Perhaps we'll make a Slytherin of you yet. Or a Gryffindor of you, he countered. Let's not get carried away, she said dryly, but the tension in the room had eased. Hermione looked between them with an expression of dawning realization. This might actually work, she murmured, more to herself than to them. Harry wasn't sure if she meant the ceremony, their nascent alliance, or something else entirely. But for the first time since that owl had arrived at Privet Drive, he felt something like hope. The next morning brought a flurry of activity to Grimmauld Place. Hermione left early to contact McGonagall, while Lupin and Tonks strengthened the house's protective enchantments. The rest of the Order had been briefed on the situation, with mixed reactions ranging from suspicion to cautious optimism. Harry found Daphne in the kitchen, composing a letter while Creature served her breakfast with surprising deference. The house elf seems to like you, Harry observed, accepting a cup of coffee from the ancient elf. I showed proper respect for the Black family heirlooms, Daphne replied without looking up from her writing. And I may have mentioned that my grandmother was a black. Clever, Harry said, taking a seat across from her. How are your parents taking the news? Daphne set down her quill. Better than expected. They've suspected something like this might exist for generations. There were family rumors about a contract with the Potters, but no documentation survived. They're relieved there's a potential path forward that doesn't involve choosing between the Dark Lord and the Ministry. And they're willing to publicly align with me? The Dark Lord's #1 target? They're pragmatists, she said simply. The bond makes our alliance inevitable. Better to embrace it strategically than resist and suffer the consequences. Before Harry could respond, an unfamiliar barn owl swooped through the kitchen window, dropping a letter sealed with the Hogwarts crest before departing again. Harry opened it to find McGonagall's precise handwriting. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger has explained your extraordinary situation. While I have reservations, I understand the necessity of addressing this promptly. Hogwarts will accommodate your ceremony tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. in the Room of Requirement. The castle remains secure despite Ministry attempts to interfere. I will officiate as requested. Please provide a list of attendees for security purposes. Portkeys will be arranged. Be careful, Potter. Such bonds carry power beyond mere politics. Minerva McGonagall, acting headmistress. Harry passed the letter to Daphne. Tomorrow evening, he said. Sooner than we planned. Good, Daphne replied after reading it. The marks spread faster yesterday. I suspect the bond is responding to external threats. Harry glanced at his wrist. The golden pattern now extended past his elbow, branching into intricate designs that seemed to pulse with his heartbeat. We should test the magical amplification effect, he suggested. If we're going to use this bond, we need to understand its capabilities. Daphne nodded. The cellar should be secure enough for practice. But first, she pushed a piece of parchment toward him, we need to finalize our guest list and establish the terms of our public alliance. Harry scanned her neat list of proposed attendees, her parents, her younger sister Astoria, Blaise Zabini and Tracy Davis from Slytherin, and several names he didn't recognize, labeled as family allies. I'd want Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ginny, Harry said, ignoring the slight tightening of Daphne's expression at Ginny's name. Plus Lupin and Tonks representing the Order. No Weasley parents? Daphne asked. They're your surrogate family, aren't they? Harry shook his head. Too risky. Arthur works at the Ministry, and they're already watched because of their connection to me. The fewer adults who know initially, the better. Daphne studied him with new appreciation. That's unexpectedly shrewd, Potter. I do occasionally think strategically, he said dryly. Now, about these terms. They spent the next hour negotiating the public framework of their alliance, what they would reveal about the betrothal, how they would position themselves politically, and what immediate actions they would take. We need a name, Daphne said as they finalized their notes. Something that represents our faction without being too obvious. The Order of the Phoenix is already taken, Harry said with a half-smile. And 2 Dumbledore associated, Daphne countered. We're creating something new, neither light nor dark, but a third path. Harry considered this. The Covenant, he suggested finally. Simple, significant without revealing too much. The Covenant, Daphne repeated, testing the word. It works. Suggests binding agreements and mutual protection without specific ideological connotations. Their planning was interrupted by Ron's arrival in the kitchen, his expression darkening at the sight of Daphne. Plotting with snakes now, Harry? He asked, though with less heat than Harry had expected. Hermione filled you in? Harry asked. Yeah. Sounds mental, mate. Ron grabbed a piece of toast from the platter creature had left. Magical blood betrothals, secret ceremonies, challenging you-know-who and the Ministry. Just another year with Harry Potter, isn't it? Despite everything, Harry laughed. Leave it to Ron to reduce their extraordinary situation to just another Potter adventure. Daphne observed their interaction with clinical interest. Weasley, she acknowledged. I assume you're attending tomorrow? Wouldn't miss it, Ron replied, his casual tone belied by the intensity of his gaze. Someone's got to watch Harry's back around all those Slytherins. Your loyalty is commendable, Daphne said, rising from her seat. Potter, shall we test the bond's capabilities now? I'd like to establish our magical baseline before tomorrow. Harry nodded, standing to follow her. Ron, want to help? We could use another wand for comparison. Ron's curiosity overcame his suspicion. Yeah, all right. Let's see what this mysterious bond of yours can do. The cellar of Grimmauld Place had been cleared for their practice session. Hermione had returned and joined them, along with Lupin, who observed from the doorway. We'll start with basic spells, Daphne suggested. Standard shield charms, then offensive magic. Granger, Weasley, cast at normal strength so we can measure the difference. Hermione nodded, taking position across from them. Ready when you are. Harry and Daphne stood side by side, their marked arms nearly touching. On 3, Harry said. 1, 2, 3, Protego, they cast simultaneously, without connecting their marks. The resulting shields were strong but standard, what any competent 7th year might produce. Now with the bond active, Daphne said, extending her marked wrist. Harry touched his golden pattern to hers. The chains leapt together, merging into a complex lattice between them. Instantly, he felt that same rush of power and clarity he'd experienced in the cemetery. Protego, they cast again. The shield that formed before them was like nothing Harry had seen before, a solid wall of golden energy that rippled with intricate patterns matching those on their skin. The air seemed to hum with power. Stupefy. Hermione cast, her spell hitting the shield and dissipating harmlessly. Reducto. Ron tried, with the same result. Lupin stepped forward, his expression serious. May I? Harry nodded, maintaining the connection with Daphne. Lupin raised his wand. Confringo. The blasting curse, powerful enough to destroy furniture, struck their shield and vanished without even a ripple. Remarkable, Lupin murmured. Try an offensive spell now. Harry and Daphne exchanged glances, coming to a silent agreement. Expelliarmus, they cast together toward a practiced dummy Hermione had conjured. The disarming charm, normally a flash of red light, emerged as a golden beam that not only ripped the wand from the dummy's grip but shattered the entire construct into fragments. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. They tested several more spells, each with similar results, exponentially increased power, perfect synchronization, and a distinctive golden signature to their magic. The amplification isn't just additive, Hermione observed, taking notes furiously. It's multiplicative. As if your magical cores are resonating with each other. It's more than that, Harry said, still connected to Daphne. I can sense how to shape the magic more efficiently. Spells that used to be difficult seem obvious now. I feel it too, Daphne agreed. Like having access to centuries of magical knowledge suddenly unlocked. They broke the connection, both looking slightly flushed from the rush of power. This changes everything, Lupin said quietly. If you can maintain that level of magical output for sustained periods. We could challenge both Voldemort and the Ministry, Harry finished. Or destroy yourselves, Lupin cautioned. That much power has consequences, Harry. It will draw attention, create enemies, tempt you to overreach. We'll be careful, Harry promised, though he wasn't entirely sure how one exercised caution with unprecedented magical ability. Daphne was examining her arm, where the golden pattern had expanded further, now reaching her shoulder. The bond grows stronger with use, she noted. We should limit further practice until after the ceremony. Harry nodded, suddenly exhausted despite the early hour. The magical exertion had taken more from him than he'd realized. Hermione noticed immediately. You both need rest. Tomorrow will be demanding enough without magical exhaustion. Agreed, Lupin said. I suggest you all prepare your statements for the ceremony. This alliance needs to be presented carefully if you hope to gather supporters rather than just more enemies. As they filed out of the cellar, Daphne caught Harry's arm. A word in private? He nodded, letting the others go ahead. When they were alone, Daphne's composed expression faltered slightly. There's something I didn't mention upstairs, she said quietly. When we connected just now, I sensed echoes. Another presence touching your magic. Harry tensed. Voldemort? Through the scar connection? I don't think so. This felt different, fractured, desperate. Like something trapped. The Horcrux, Harry murmured without thinking. Daphne's eyes widened. The what? Harry cursed silently. In the rush of magical connection, he'd forgotten to guard his thoughts. I can't explain fully right now, he said. But yes, there's a contamination in my magic. Dumbledore knew about it. This changes our approach, Daphne said, her mind clearly racing. The bond is interacting with this Horcrux, whatever it is. We need to understand that interaction before proceeding further. There isn't time, Harry countered. The ceremony is tomorrow, and this, he gestured to his scar, is a complication we'll have to address later. Potter. Daphne's voice was deadly serious. I don't know what a Horcrux is, but I know dark magic when I sense it. If our bond is connecting with something dark in you, we need to know before we cement this alliance. Harry met her gaze. Do you trust me? That's not the point, it's exactly the point, Harry interrupted. I promise I will explain everything after the ceremony. But right now, I need to know, despite this complication, do you trust me enough to proceed? Daphne studied him for a long moment. Yes, she said finally. Against my better judgment, I do. Then let's focus on tomorrow. One impossible task at a time. The morning of the ceremony dawned with a sense of suppressed tension throughout Grimmauld Place. Preparations had continued late into the night, securing port keys, arranging security, drafting statements. Now the moment of commitment was nearly upon them. Harry found himself in Sirius's old room, struggling with formal robes that creature had somehow procured. They were deep green with subtle gold embroidery, Potter colors, apparently, though Harry had never known his family had official colors. A knock at the door revealed Hermione, already dressed in elegant blue robes. Need help? Is it that obvious? Harry asked ruefully, tangled in the formal fastenings. Hermione smiled, stepping in to assist. It's not exactly Hogwarts uniform, is it? As she straightened his collar, her expression grew serious. Are you sure about this, Harry? It's not just the ceremony, it's everything that comes after. You're committing to a political alliance with implications we can't fully predict. I'm not sure about any of it, Harry admitted. But what choice do I have? The bond is real, the magic is powerful, and someone's already tried to attack us once. At least this way we control how it unfolds. And Greengrass? Hermione asked carefully. Can she be trusted? Harry thought of their magical connection, the clarity he felt when their powers merged, the glimpses of her true self beneath the careful Slytherin mask. Yes, he said with more certainty than he felt about anything else. Not completely, not yet. But enough for this. Hermione nodded, stepping back to survey her handiwork. You look like the heir to an ancient house, she said with approval. I feel like an imposter, Harry muttered. You're not, came a voice from the doorway. They turned to see Lupin, dressed in the best robes he owned, though they were still somewhat shabby. James would be proud to see you taking up your family's legacy, Harry. Perhaps not in the circumstances he might have expected, but proud nonetheless. What about my mother? Harry asked quietly. What would she think of all this? Lupin's smile was sad. Lily was pragmatic beneath her idealism. She'd want you to use every advantage to survive, and to change things for the better if you could. A house elf Harry didn't recognize appeared with a soft pop. Miss Greengrass requests Master Potter's presence in the drawing room. The port keys will activate in 20 minutes. Harry took a deep breath. Time to meet the in-laws, I suppose. We'll be right behind you, Hermione assured him. The drawing room had been transformed from its usual gloomy state. The curtains were open, ancient artifacts temporarily removed, and the black family tapestry covered with an elegant cloth. Daphne stood near the fireplace with an older couple who could only be her parents. Harry paused in the doorway, momentarily stunned. Daphne wore robes of silver blue that complemented her eyes, her blonde hair arranged in an intricate style that somehow managed to look both regal and effortless. The golden marks on her arm were visible, deliberately displayed rather than hidden. She turned as he entered, something like approval flickering in her expression. Potter. May I present my parents, Lord Cyrus Greengrass and Lady Artemis Greengrass. Harry stepped forward, suddenly grateful for Hermione's last-minute etiquette coaching. He inclined his head respectfully but not subserviently. Lord and Lady Greengrass. Thank you for coming under such unusual circumstances. Cyrus Greengrass was a tall man with the same blonde hair as his daughter, though streaked with silver. His expression was carefully neutral as he extended his hand. Mr. Potter. An unexpected alliance, but perhaps a timely one. Lady Artemis was where Daphne got her eyes, the same striking blue, though with laugh lines that her daughters lacked. We've long wondered about the rumors of a contract with the Potters, she said, her voice warm but assessing. Though I confess, this is not how I imagined meeting my daughters intended. For any of us, I think, Harry replied honestly. Indeed, Lord Greengrass said. I understand from Daphne that you intend to position this alliance as a third option in the current conflict. Yes, Harry confirmed. Neither Voldemort's, he noted their slight flinches, vision nor the Ministry's corruption offers a viable future for magical Britain. We believe there's appetite for an alternative. Bold, Lady Artemis commented. The question remains whether you have the resources and strategy to back such ambition. That's what we're here to discuss, Daphne interjected smoothly. The ceremony will buy us time to develop both. Today is about establishing the foundation. More guests began to arrive, Ron with Ginny, Neville looking uncomfortable but determined in formal robes, Luna in eccentrically beautiful silver dress robes. From Slytherin came Blaise Zabini, elegant and watchful, Tracy Davis, sharp-eyed and curious, and Daphne's younger sister Astoria, who regarded Harry with unabashed interest. Quite the collection of talent, Lord Greengrass observed quietly to Harry. Representatives from all houses, I notice. The point of a third path is that it draws from all traditions, Harry replied. Not just Gryffindor or Slytherin. Lupin approached with the portkeys, ordinary-looking items enchanted to transport them directly to the room of requirement. Everyone gather round, he instructed. These will activate in precisely 1 minute. Remember, once at Hogwarts, we proceed directly to the 7th floor. The castle is secure, but discretion is essential. Harry found himself standing between Daphne and Hermione, his hand poised over an innocuous-looking quill. Nervous? Daphne murmured, just for him to hear. Terrified, he admitted quietly. You. A flicker of vulnerability crossed her face. Completely. But don't tell anyone. Harry smiled despite everything. Your secret's safe with me. 10 seconds, Lupin announced. Harry's fingers closed around the portkey, and he felt Daphne's marked wrist brush against his. Even that brief contact sent a pulse of golden light between them. The drawing room vanished in a swirl of color and sensation. The room of requirement had outdone itself. Instead of the familiar training space of DA meetings, it had transformed into a solemn chamber reminiscent of ancient ritual spaces. Stone walls rose to a domed ceiling enchanted to show the night sky. In the center, a raised dais held a simple altar of white marble, upon which rested a silver knife and 2 golden goblets. Professor McGonagall awaited them, resplendent in formal Scottish robes, her expression a mixture of concern and resignation. "Mr. Potter, Miss Greengrass," she greeted them. "I've secured the room personally. We will not be disturbed." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said sincerely. "Don't thank me yet, Potter," she replied crisply. "This ceremony, while necessary given your circumstances, commits you to a path with considerable consequences. Are you both certain you wish to proceed?" Harry glanced at Daphne, who nodded almost imperceptibly. "We are," he confirmed. "Very well." McGonagall gestured for the guests to arrange themselves in a circle around the dais. "Lord and Lady Greengrass, as representatives of one family, please stand to the east. Mr. Lupin, as Mr. Potter's closest magical guardian, please stand to the west." Once everyone was positioned, McGonagall continued. "We gather today to acknowledge a blood covenant between the houses of Potter and Greengrass, activated through ancient magic upon the 17th birthday of Harry James Potter, last scion of his line. This ceremony does not complete the betrothal but formally recognizes its existence and the intentions of both parties to honor its magic." She turned to Harry and Daphne. "Please approach the altar." They stepped onto the dais together. Up close, Harry could see runes carved into the marble surface, pulsing faintly with magic. "Present your marked arms," McGonagall instructed. They extended their arms over the altar, the golden patterns now covering from wrist to shoulder on both of them, glowing visibly even in the well-lit room. "The knife on the altar is ceremonial," McGonagall explained. "A small drop of blood from each of you will be required to acknowledge the bond. This is not blood magic itself, merely a recognition of what already exists." Harry picked up the knife first. It was lighter than it looked, the blade impossibly sharp. He made a small nick on his finger and allowed a single drop of blood to fall into one of the golden goblets. Daphne did the same, her movements precise and unhesitating. McGonagall waved her wand over the goblets, and the blood in each began to glow with the same golden light as their marks. "Now, declare your intentions before these witnesses." Harry spoke first, the words they had carefully crafted together the previous night. "I, Harry James Potter, acknowledge the blood covenant between our houses. I pledge to honor its magic and to work alongside Daphne Greengrass toward our mutual benefit and the betterment of magical society." Daphne's voice was clear and strong. "I, Daphne Artemis Greengrass, acknowledge the blood covenant between our houses. I pledge to honor its magic and to work alongside Harry Potter toward our mutual benefit and the betterment of magical society." "Take up your goblets," McGonagall instructed. "By drinking, you formalize your acknowledgement of the bond." Harry lifted his goblet, meeting Daphne's eyes over the rim. For a moment, everything else faded away, the witnesses, the ceremony, even the looming war. There was only this choice, this moment, this irrevocable step. They drank simultaneously. The effect was immediate and breathtaking. The golden patterns on their arms flared brilliantly, extending visibly across their chests and up their necks in intricate, beautiful designs. Magic surged between them, connecting them in a visible arc of golden light that expanded outward to encompass the entire circle of witnesses. Harry felt the bond settle into place, not completed, but acknowledged and temporarily stabilized. The constant pressure he'd felt since his birthday eased, replaced by a steady, warm connection to Daphne that hummed at the edge of his awareness. "The acknowledgement is complete," McGonagall announced, her voice betraying rare emotion. "The covenant between Potter and Greengrass is recognized by magic and by these witnesses." The golden light gradually faded, though the marks remained visible on their skin, now stabilized in their current patterns rather than actively spreading. "Now," McGonagall said, her practical nature reasserting itself, "I believe you had planned to make a statement regarding your political alliance." Harry nodded, turning to face their assembled guests. Daphne moved to stand beside him, their marked arms almost touching. "What you've witnessed today goes beyond a simple betrothal," Harry began. "It represents a new path forward in the conflict that threatens to tear our world apart. We stand neither with Voldemort nor with the corrupt ministry," Daphne continued. "We offer a third choice, what we call the Covenant. The Covenant will fight to protect all magical people, regardless of blood status or house affiliation," Harry said. "We reject both pureblood supremacy and the erasure of magical traditions. We seek allies who value both innovation and heritage, who believe in merit-based advancement alongside respect for magical history," Daphne added. "In the coming days, we will reach out to those who share these values," Harry continued. "We will build a coalition strong enough to challenge both Voldemort and Ministry corruption. But we cannot do this alone," Daphne concluded. "Each of you was invited today because you possess qualities essential to this vision. We ask you to consider joining us, not as followers, but as equals in building a better future for magical Britain." A moment of silence followed their words. Then, to Harry's surprise, Neville Longbottom stepped forward. "The Longbottom family stands with the Covenant," he said, his voice steady despite the flush on his cheeks. "My parents fought against you-know-who, and I'll do the same. But they also believed in a better ministry than what we have now." Luna Lovegood drifted forward next. "The Quibbler will support your efforts," she said dreamily. "Dad's been trying to expose ministry corruption for years. He'll be thrilled there's finally action being taken." One by one, others declared their support, Ron and Ginny for the Weasleys, Blaise Zabini offering connections to neutral families abroad, Tracy Davis pledging information from her family's extensive mercantile network. Lord Greengrass cleared his throat. "The Greengrass family formally acknowledges this alliance and pledges our resources toward its success." He turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, I believe it's time we discussed specific strategy. This ceremony was merely the first step." "Agreed," Harry said. "But not here. We've remained in one place too long already." As if confirming his words, a silver lynx Patronus streaked into the room, speaking with Kingsley Shacklebolt's voice. "Ministry has fallen. Scrimgeour dead. Death Eaters controlling key departments. Hogwarts perimeter being monitored. Return to secure location immediately." The room erupted into controlled chaos as Lupin began organizing their departure. McGonagall's face was grim as she summoned house elves to guide them through secret passages to safe apparition points. In the midst of the activity, Daphne caught Harry's hand, their marked skin connecting briefly. That now familiar surge of power and clarity washed through him. "It begins," she said quietly. Harry nodded. The acknowledgement ceremony had been completed just in time, moments before Voldemort seized control of the ministry. Their third path was now more necessary than ever. "It begins," he agreed. "But we're ready." Around them, the first members of the Covenant prepared to face a world changed overnight, a world where their new alliance would soon be put to the test. They regrouped at Grimmauld Place, the house now humming with tension and activity. Order members operated in with reports of ministry takeovers, disappearances, and Death Eater movements. The Greengrasses and Slytherin students remained, their neutrality abandoned the moment they pledged to the Covenant. In the library, Harry met with the core group, Daphne, her father, Lupin, Hermione, and Ron. A map of magical Britain lay spread across the table, marked with known Death Eater strongholds and ministry outposts. "They moved faster than we anticipated," Lord Greengrass observed, his finger tracing the reports of coordinated takeovers. "This was planned months in advance. But executed today specifically," Daphne noted. "Hours after our ceremony. That can't be coincidence." "They sensed the magic," Lupin confirmed. "Kingsley reports that unusual magical activity was detected in Scotland. They couldn't pinpoint Hogwarts specifically because of its protections, but they knew something significant had occurred. So they accelerated their timeline," Harry concluded. "Which means they consider our alliance a genuine threat. Or an opportunity," Lord Greengrass suggested. An unknown magical event involving Harry Potter would attract the Dark Lord's attention immediately. He may hope to capture you before your new advantage is fully understood. Then we need to demonstrate that advantage clearly, Daphne said. Make a statement they can't ignore. What kind of statement? Ron asked skeptically. A rescue operation, Harry said suddenly, the idea crystallizing as he spoke. The Ministry will begin rounding up Muggleborns immediately, it's been their plan all along. We intercept one of these operations and free the captives. Risky, Lupin cautioned. We don't have intelligence on their procedures yet. My contact at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement can help, Lord Greengrass said. For a price, of course, but worth it. If we can disrupt the first wave of arrests, it sends a powerful message. And saves innocent lives, Hermione added quietly. Harry nodded. That's our priority. We need to show that the Covenant isn't just political rhetoric, we actively protect magical people from both sides of this conflict. I have another suggestion, Daphne said, her expression thoughtful. The bond's magic manifests as golden light, visible, distinctive. If we ensure witnesses see this during the rescue, word will spread about our unique magical capability. Creating mystique around the Covenant, Lord Greengrass nodded approvingly. Excellent strategy, daughter. We'll need a team, Harry said. Small enough to move quickly, diverse enough to handle different challenges. I have someone in mind for intelligence gathering, Daphne said. Tracy Davis's cousin works in the improper use of magic office. She can provide information on scheduled arrests. Neville and Luna should be involved, Harry added. They've proven themselves in combat, and they represent different houses, reinforcing our unified approach. And you'll need someone who can navigate Ministry security systems, Hermione pointed out. I've been studying them since 5th year. Plans continued to develop as more allies arrived with information. By midnight, they had the outline of their first operation, a raid on a processing center where Muggleborns would be held before transfer to Azkaban. Harry found himself in the kitchen in the early hours of the morning, unable to sleep despite exhaustion. The golden marks on his skin glowed faintly in the dimness as he nursed a cup of tea. Planning to take on the entire Ministry by yourself? Daphne's voice came from the doorway. He looked up to see her enter, still fully dressed despite the hour. Just thinking. It's all happening so fast. Second thoughts. She took the seat across from him. Not about the Covenant, he clarified. Just wondering if we're doing enough, moving quickly enough. We've barely begun, Daphne reminded him. The ceremony was just hours ago. And Voldemort's already taken the Ministry. Which was inevitable regardless of our actions, she countered. The difference is that now there's organized resistance beyond Dumbledore's order. She was right, and Harry knew it. Still, the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on him. People will die while we organize, he said quietly. Yes, Daphne acknowledged, her bluntness refreshing amid so many who tried to shield him from harsh truths. But fewer than if we rushed in unprepared. Strategy matters, Potter. Even Gryffindors should recognize that. Despite himself, Harry smiled. You're never going to let the house rivalry go, are you? It provides useful shorthand, she replied with a hint of amusement. Though I'm finding you less Gryffindorish than advertised. And you're less Slytherin than your reputation suggests. Don't spread that around, she said dryly. I've cultivated my Ice Queen persona for years. Their conversation was interrupted as Creature appeared with a soft pop. Master has visitors, the elf announced. The Wolfman brings news. They found Lupin in the entry hall with Tonks, both looking grim but determined. We have confirmation, Lupin said without preamble. The first Muggleborn registration hearings begin tomorrow morning. Those who fail to prove their magical heritage will be immediately detained. Where? Harry asked. Holding cells beneath the Ministry, Tonks supplied. Before transfer to Azkaban tomorrow evening. Then we move tomorrow, Harry decided. Mid-afternoon, when the first detainees are processed but before transfer. I'll alert the team, Daphne said, already moving toward the stairs. We'll need to finalize the extraction plan. As plans accelerated around them, Harry felt the bond between them hum with energy. Whatever came next, their path was set. The Covenant had made its first acknowledgement, now it would make its first stand. Chapter 2, Shadow Insurgency. Darkness cloaked the narrow London street as Harry crouched behind a weathered brick wall, his breath forming small clouds in the November chill. Beside him, Daphne's presence was a steady warmth, her shoulder pressed against his as they observed the nondescript building across the road. To casual passers-by, it appeared to be an abandoned office building with boarded windows and faded "to let" signs, but the subtle shimmer of magical wards told a different story. Ministry holding facility, Daphne whispered, her voice barely audible. According to Tracy's cousin, they're processing 17 Muggleborns inside right now. Harry nodded, his eyes never leaving the building's entrance where two wizards in maintenance uniforms stood smoking, disguised security, their wands visible in quick-draw holsters beneath poorly fitted jackets. Neville and Luna in position, he asked. Daphne tapped the enchanted galleon in her palm, Hermione's improved version of the DA communication system. It warmed briefly, displaying a simple message, ready. Yes. Waiting for our signal on the east side. She shifted slightly, her marked arm brushing against his. Even that brief contact sent a current of power between them, the golden patterns beneath their skin illuminating momentarily. In the 3 weeks since the acknowledgement ceremony, they'd refined their ability to channel the bond's magic. They could now maintain connection without constant physical contact, drawing on their shared power with greater precision. The marks no longer spread but remained a permanent lattice of intricate golden chains across their skin, from fingertips to collarbone. Remember the plan, Harry murmured, though he knew Daphne needed no reminder. We breach, you shield, I disarm. Non-lethal force only. Unless necessary, she amended coolly. Unless necessary, he agreed, having learned that Daphne's pragmatism often balanced his idealism in ways that kept them both alive. A soft chime from the galleon signaled Hermione's update, wards mapped. Weak point identified at rear service entrance. Anti-apparition extends 10 meters beyond walls. That's our cue. Harry drew his wand, feeling the familiar surge of anticipation before action. Ready? Daphne's blue eyes met his, determination hardening her delicate features into something fierce and beautiful. Always. They moved as one, slipping from shadow to shadow until they reached the narrow alley behind the building. Hermione awaited them, her bushy hair tucked beneath a dark cap, her fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air as she mapped the facility's magical defenses. Standard ministry security, she reported quietly. Nothing like Gringotts or Hogwarts. Their arrogance works in our favor, they never expected anyone to target a processing center. Overconfidence is the constant failing of oppressors, Daphne remarked, scanning the service entrance. They presume compliance through fear. Then let's show them why fear runs both ways, Harry said. He extended his marked arm to Daphne. Together. She clasped his forearm with her own, their marks connecting instantly in a brilliant lattice of golden light that they'd learned to mute but not entirely conceal. The power flowed between them, familiar now but no less exhilarating, like diving into a warm current that carried them both toward something greater than either could achieve alone. Harry raised his wand toward the service door. Alohomora. The simple unlocking charm, channeled through their combined magic, didn't merely unlock the door, it dissolved the entire locking mechanism in a shower of golden sparks, leaving a perfect hole where complex magical tumblers had been. Hermione winced. Subtle. Effective, Daphne countered, already moving forward. The alarm won't trigger for another 30 seconds. Move. They slipped inside, finding themselves in a dingy corridor lined with flickering magical lamps. From somewhere ahead came the sound of voices, bored, bureaucratic, discussing processing quotas with the casual cruelty of functionaries following orders. Harry tapped his galleon, inside. Commence diversion. Seconds later, a tremendous crash echoed from the far side of the building, followed by shouts of alarm. The sound of running footsteps told them Neville and Luna's diversion had worked, drawing security away from the processing area. "This way," Hermione whispered, consulting a rough floor plan Tracy's cousin had provided. "Holding cells should be down one level." They descended a narrow staircase, the air growing colder and heavy with despair. Harry recognized the effect immediately. "Dementors," he hissed. "They've got Dementors guarding Muggleborns." "Barbaric but predictable," Daphne said, her voice tight. "Can you handle them?" "We can," Harry corrected, knowing their connected magic would amplify even a Patronus charm. "Just stay with me." They reached the bottom of the stairs to face a sickening sight, a corridor of barred cells, each holding terrified witches and wizards in various states of distress. 2 Dementors drifted near the far end, their rattling breath freezing the air. A single bored-looking guard sat at a desk near the entrance, his wand resting carelessly beside a cup of tea. The guard spotted them before they could retreat, jumping to his feet with a startled, "Hey! This area is restricted." "Stupefy," Daphne cast almost lazily, the spell dropping the man before he could finish his sentence. The Dementors turned at the disturbance, gliding toward them with eager malevolence. "Now," Harry said, tightening his grip on Daphne's arm. Together they raised their wands, the golden light of their connection illuminating the grim corridor. Expecto Patronum. What emerged from their wands wasn't Harry's familiar stag or even a separate animal from Daphne. Instead, a creature of pure golden light erupted between them, a massive griffin, lion-bodied and eagle-winged, radiating such intense joy and power that Harry felt his breath catch. The magnificent beast charged the Dementors, which fled shrieking before its advance, dissolving into the shadows as they sought escape. "That's new," Harry managed, staring at the golden griffin as it prowled protectively before them. "The bond created a merged Patronus," Hermione whispered, her academic curiosity momentarily overwhelming her focus on the mission. "Fascinating. Analyze later," Daphne said, already moving toward the cells. "We have minutes at most." The prisoners stared at them with mingled hope and suspicion as Harry approached the first cell. "We're from the Covenant," he said, a phrase that had begun spreading through underground networks. "We're here to get you out." Recognition dawned on some faces. News of a third faction challenging both Voldemort and the Ministry had traveled quickly in recent weeks, though details remained vague. "Potter," a middle-aged witch asked incredulously. "They said you'd gone dark." "Don't believe everything the Prophet prints," Harry replied, pointing his wand at the lock. "Alohomora." The cell door swung open. Daphne moved efficiently down the line, freeing others while Hermione distributed emergency port keys, ordinary-looking buttons enchanted to transport the bearers to a safe house in northern Scotland where Kingsley Shacklebolt waited to process them into hiding. "Activate them once you're beyond the anti-apparition boundary," Hermione instructed, passing out the port keys. "Follow the street north for 2 blocks, then press the button and say, 'Sanctuary.'" A sudden alarm blared through the facility, red lights flashing along the corridor. "Diversion's effectiveness has expired," Daphne noted calmly, finishing with the last cell. "Time to leave." "This way," Harry directed the freed prisoners. "Stay together, move quickly, don't stop for anything." They had nearly reached the stairs when footsteps thundered from above. Harry and Daphne exchanged a quick glance, coming to a silent agreement. They stepped forward together, arms connected, as the first Ministry security wizards appeared. Protego Maxima. The golden shield erupted between them and the descending forces, so bright it forced their attackers to shield their eyes. Stunners bounced harmlessly off its surface as Harry and Daphne held the barrier steady. "Get them out," Harry called to Hermione. "We'll cover your retreat." Hermione hesitated only briefly before shepherding the freed Muggleborns toward a side passage Tracy's cousin had marked as an emergency exit. "Meet at the rendezvous point," she called back. Once the prisoners were clear, Harry and Daphne began a fighting retreat, alternating between shields and precisely targeted offensive spells. They moved in perfect synchronization, the bond allowing them to anticipate each other's actions without speaking. "We need to leave them something to remember us by," Daphne said as they backed toward the exit, still holding off the security forces. "Something that sends a message." Harry nodded. "I have an idea." Together, they pointed their wands at the ceiling of the corridor, their free hands clasped to strengthen their connection. Reducto maxima. The amplified blasting curse struck with such force that the entire ceiling collapsed between them and their pursuers, bringing down chunks of the floor above and filling the corridor with dust and debris. No one was caught in the collapse, Harry had made sure of that, but the message was clear: the Covenant could have caused casualties if they'd chosen to. As they slipped out through the emergency exit, Harry paused long enough to press his wand to the wall. Golden light flowed from the tip, burning an image into the stone. A lightning bolt crossed with a sprig of grass, encircled by a chain, the symbol they'd created for the Covenant. "Bit theatrical, aren't you?" Daphne observed, though he caught the approval in her voice. "Sometimes theater matters," he replied as they hurried into the night. "People need symbols. And our enemies need warning," she agreed. "I believe we've provided both tonight." The safe house in Scotland, a sprawling manor hidden beneath generations of protective enchantments, had become the Covenant's primary headquarters. Officially listed as an abandoned property belonging to a distant Greengrass relative, it offered space for training, planning, and housing refugees from Voldemort's regime. Harry found Daphne in the strategy room the following evening, studying reports of their raid's aftermath. The Prophet lay open before her, its headline screaming, "Terrorist attack on Ministry facility. Potter cult abducts registration violators." "Potter cult?" Harry said, reading over her shoulder. "That's new." "Predictable propaganda," Daphne replied without looking up. "Though, cult suggests they're trying to diminish our political legitimacy rather than just paint us as criminals." "Is that better or worse?" "Different," she said, finally meeting his eyes. "It means they recognize we're gaining support." The article mentions dangerous revolutionary ideology 3 times. Harry smiled slightly. "Hermione will be pleased. Those pamphlets she's been distributing must be working." The manifestos Hermione had crafted, outlining the Covenant's vision for a magical society that preserved tradition while embracing reform, had been circulating throughout wizarding communities for weeks. They offered concrete policy positions rather than just opposition to the current regime, positioning the Covenant as a genuine alternative government in waiting. "The response has been stronger than anticipated," Daphne acknowledged, gesturing to a stack of letters. 17 new volunteers today alone. 3 from ministry departments, including someone in magical transportation. Harry took the seat across from her, noting the shadows beneath her eyes despite her composed exterior. They'd all been working tirelessly, but Daphne pushed herself hardest of all, as though determined to prove her commitment to their cause hourly. "You should rest," he said. "We have the strategy session at dawn." "I'll rest when the Dark Lord is dead and the ministry is reformed," she replied automatically. "You'll rest now, or you'll make mistakes tomorrow," Harry countered, having learned that appealing to her pragmatism worked better than expressing concern for her well-being. "Tactical error due to fatigue would be unacceptably Gryffindor of you." A reluctant smile tugged at her lips. "Using my own prejudices against me, Potter. Perhaps you're learning. I had a good teacher." He pushed a cup of tea toward her that he'd brought from the kitchen. "Drink this, review one more report if you must, then sleep." "Leader's orders." Daphne raised an eyebrow. "We lead together, remember?" "That was the agreement." "Then consider it a request from your betrothed," he said, the word still strange on his tongue despite weeks of using it publicly. Something flickered in her eyes, that complicated mix of emotions that often surfaced when their arrangement was directly referenced. The bond connected them magically, aligned their political goals, and even allowed them to sense each other's general emotional state, but it didn't simplify the personal complexity of their situation. "Very well," she conceded, taking the tea. "One report. Have we heard from Neville's team?" Harry nodded, relieved to return to tactical matters. They successfully intercepted the supply convoy near Manchester. 6 crates of potions ingredients diverted to our stores, including the aconite Lupin needs. Daphne made a note on her parchment. "Good. The werewolf outreach program depends on steady access to wolfsbane components. Lupin's initiative to recruit werewolves marginalized by both ministry registration policies and Greyback's brutality had proven surprisingly effective. Already, 14 werewolves had joined the Covenant, attracted by promises of wolfsbane potion, protection from persecution, and dignified treatment." "And the Hogwarts situation?" Daphne asked. "McGonagall reports the Carrows are escalating punishments, but our communication chain remains secure. 5 more students evacuated this week through the Room of Requirement passage." Hogwarts had become a battleground of its own, the Carrow siblings enforcing Voldemort's educational vision through torture and intimidation, while a growing resistance coordinated by Ginny Weasley and the remaining DA members fought back through sabotage and protection of younger students. Daphne finished her tea and closed the folder before her. "Tomorrow we need to discuss our next major operation. The Ministry's Muggleborn Registration Commission is expanding to Scotland next week. We should disrupt the launch." "Agreed," Harry said, standing as she did. "But details can wait for morning." They walked together through the quiet manor, golden marks glowing softly in the dimness. After weeks of constant proximity, Harry had grown accustomed to Daphne's presence, her precise movements, the subtle shifts in her expression that betrayed thoughts she rarely voiced, the faint scent of lavender from her hair. At the junction where the corridor split toward their separate rooms, Daphne paused. "Potter." "Greengrass," he replied, matching her formal tone with the private joke that had developed between them. "Today was a significant victory," she said. 17 people who would be in Azkaban are now safe because of the Covenant. Because of what we built." The admission of satisfaction, almost of pride, was uncharacteristic from someone who typically focused on what remained to be done rather than what had been accomplished. "It's a start," Harry agreed. "But you were right weeks ago, we need more than isolated rescues. We need to change the system itself." "We will," she said with quiet certainty. "The foundation is forming. Public opinion shifting. Our network growing." In the shadowed hallway, with her guard lowered by exhaustion, Harry glimpsed the person beneath the careful Slytherin facade, someone who genuinely believed in what they were building together, whose ambition served a purpose beyond personal power. "Get some sleep, Daphne," he said softly, using her first name, something still rare between them despite their public betrothal. She blinked at the intimacy, then offered a small, genuine smile. "You too, Harry." As she disappeared down the corridor toward her room, Harry found himself watching her longer than necessary, a complicated warmth spreading through his chest that had nothing to do with their magical bond. "Again," Daphne commanded, her voice tight with frustration. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead, adjusting his grip on his wand. They stood in the manor's converted ballroom, now serving as a training facility for Covenant members. For the past 2 hours, they'd been attempting to refine a particular application of their combined magic, the ability to maintain their connection across greater distances. "We need a break," Harry argued, noting the fatigue evident in Daphne's slightly trembling hands despite her determined expression. "Magical exhaustion won't help us progress. The Ministry raid is 3 days away," she countered. "If we can't maintain our connection beyond 5 meters, the entire strategy fails." She was right, and they both knew it. Their plan to infiltrate the Department of Mysteries, to recover prophecy records that might provide leverage against Voldemort, depended on their ability to operate separately while still accessing their shared power. 5 minutes, Harry compromised. "Water," breath, then we try a different approach. Daphne nodded reluctantly, summoning water goblets from the side table with a flick of her wand. As she drank, Harry studied the training room where other Covenant members practiced in pairs and small groups. What had begun as a handful of allies after the acknowledgement ceremony had grown to over 60 active members, a coalition spanning all houses, blood statuses, and age groups, united by dissatisfaction with both Voldemort's regime and the Ministry's prior corruption. Neville worked with a group of recent Hogwarts evacuees, teaching shield charms with newfound confidence. Luna moved through complex illusion spells that could confuse pursuers. By the windows, Hermione and Blaise Zabini argued amicably over a parchment likely containing policy proposals. Their unlikely intellectual partnership had produced the Covenant's most compelling governance frameworks. "We're approaching this wrong," Harry said suddenly, turning back to Daphne. "We've been trying to extend our magic like stretching a rope between us." "That's exactly what we need to do," she replied, setting down her goblet. "Create a sustainable connection across distance." "No," Harry shook his head. "The bond doesn't work that way. It's not a physical link we extend, it's a resonance between our magic. Remember what happened during the Dementor encounter?" Understanding dawned in Daphne's eyes. "Our patron uses merged without direct contact. Because we were focused on the same intent, channeling the same emotion," Harry confirmed. "It's not about distance, it's about alignment." "Magical synchronization," Daphne mused. "Like harmonic frequencies rather than physical connection." Harry nodded eagerly. "Exactly. Let's try again, but instead of forcing the connection to stretch, we focus on precisely the same intent, the same magical frequency." They moved to opposite ends of the ballroom, maintaining eye contact across 20 meters of space. Rather than reaching for each other magically, they each closed their eyes, focusing on a shared visualization they developed during their training, a golden griffin soaring over a landscape that combined Hogwarts and the Greengrass estate. Harry felt his marked arm warm, the now familiar sensation of magic stirring beneath his skin. Instead of pushing that magic outward toward Daphne, he simply held it steady, concentrating on the exact quality of energy, like maintaining a perfect musical note. Across the room, he sensed rather than saw Daphne doing the same. Gradually, a resonance built between them, their separate magical signatures aligning until they vibrated at the same frequency. The golden marks on his arm brightened, and when he opened his eyes, he could see a faint golden thread in the air, not stretching between them, but simply existing in both places simultaneously, as though the space itself had collapsed. "Now," Daphne called. Simple levitation. Wingardium Leviosa, they cast simultaneously, each directing their wand at different training dummies. Both targets rose, surrounded by the distinctive golden glow of their combined magic, lifting higher than either of them could have managed alone. The power flowed effortlessly, their connection solid despite the distance between them. A spontaneous cheer erupted from Covenant members who had stopped to watch the demonstration. Harry caught Daphne's eye across the room, sharing a moment of triumph that felt intensely private despite the audience. "Excellent progress," called Cyrus Greengrass from the doorway, where he observed with calculating eyes. "The bond's capabilities continue to exceed expectations." Daphne's father had become a regular presence at the manor, providing financial resources and political connections while maintaining plausible deniability in his public life. His relationship with his daughter remained formal but respectful. He treated her as a political equal rather than a child, which Harry had learned was his highest form of approval. "Thank you, Father," Daphne acknowledged, her posture subtly straightening in his presence. "We believe this breakthrough will significantly expand our tactical options." "Indeed," Cyrus agreed, stepping into the room. "And just in time. I've received intelligence that may alter your ministry operation plans." The room quieted as members recognized the serious shift in tone. "What's happened?" Harry asked, crossing the space to join them. "The Dark Lord has scheduled a personal appearance at the ministry," Cyrus said, his voice carefully neutral despite the bombshell he delivered. "The day of your planned infiltration." He intends to observe the Department of Mystery's latest research personally. Murmurs spread through the gathered members. Voldemort rarely appeared publicly, preferring to operate through proxies while he pursued mysterious objectives. That changes everything, Daphne said, her tactical mind visibly reassessing. We'd be facing not just security but potentially the Dark Lord himself. Or, Harry said slowly, it creates an unprecedented opportunity. All eyes turned to him, expressions ranging from curiosity to alarm. Explain, Daphne prompted, though the faint narrowing of her eyes suggested she already anticipated his direction. If Voldemort will be there personally, we could potentially end this war in a single operation, Harry said. Not just recovering information, but confronting him directly. That's suicide, Blaise Zabini stated flatly. Even with your enhanced magic, the Dark Lord possesses decades more experience and knowledge. Not to mention the political vacuum his sudden elimination would create, Hermione added. We're not positioned yet to fill the power void, too many factions would scramble for control. I'm not suggesting assassination, Harry clarified, though the option had indeed crossed his mind. But confrontation, showing that we can challenge him directly, would dramatically shift perceptions of the Covenant's power. Daphne was watching him carefully, her expression unreadable to most, though Harry had learned to recognize her calculating assessment. The risk would be extreme, she said finally. But so would the potential gains in terms of morale and recruitment. You can't seriously be considering this, Neville interjected, his face pale. Harry, even Dumbledore approached direct confrontation with extreme caution. Dumbledore didn't have this, Harry replied, raising his marked arm where golden light pulsed steadily. Our combined magic has capabilities we're only beginning to understand. Which is precisely why risking it prematurely would be foolish, Cyrus Greengrass said smoothly. Strategic patience, Mr. Potter. The Covenant grows stronger weekly. Rush this confrontation, and you may lose everything. The room divided into murmured conversations, the tension palpable as members debated the merits of aggression versus caution. Harry noticed Daphne watching the room carefully, measuring the reactions, assessing where support lay. We need more information before making this decision, she announced, her clear voice cutting through the chatter. Father, can your source provide details on the Dark Lord's schedule, his protective measures, his specific purpose in the department? Cyrus nodded. For the right price, yes. Hermione, analyze our operational readiness, honest assessment, not what you think I want to hear, Daphne continued. Blaise, sound out our ministry contacts regarding security protocols that day. We reconvene tomorrow with facts, not speculation. Her efficient delegation settled the immediate tension, giving purpose to the anxiety her father's news had generated. Harry recognized the leadership technique, one she'd employed increasingly effectively as the Covenant grew. As the group dispersed to their assigned tasks, Daphne caught Harry's eye, tilting her head subtly toward the door. He followed her into the corridor, where she turned to face him with unusual intensity. You want to face him, she said. Not a question. You know I do. There was no point denying what the bond likely revealed to her anyway. He killed my parents. Tried to kill me 6 times. He won't stop until one of us is dead. The prophecy, she acknowledged. Neither can live while the other survives. When Harry looked surprised, she added, my father has sources in the Department of Mysteries. We've known the general contents for months. Then you understand why eventually I must face him. Eventually, she emphasized. Not necessarily now, not necessarily unprepared. Harry leaned against the wall, suddenly weary. When will we be prepared enough, Daphne? How many more people die while we gather strength? How many more die if you fail, she countered. If the bond is broken because you rush into confrontation? She stepped closer, her voice dropping. The Covenant isn't just about defeating the Dark Lord, Harry. It's about building something better afterward. Both goals matter. The use of his first name wasn't lost on him, it signaled her shift from political ally to something more personal. These moments had grown more frequent between them, brief windows when the public facade fell away. "I know," he admitted. "But seeing him there, in the ministry he corrupted, parading his power while people suffer." The rage he'd carried for years simmered beneath his words. Daphne surprised him then, reaching for his marked hand with her own. The connection bloomed immediately, golden light flowing between them. But instead of the usual surge of power, he felt a steady calmness, as though she deliberately shared her emotional control with him. "We will confront him," she said, her blue eyes intent on his. "But we'll do it on our terms, with every advantage we can create. That's not cowardice, it's strategy." The bond hummed between them, warm and steady. Harry felt his anger gradually subside, replaced by clarity. "You're right," he conceded. "We gather information first. Make the decision based on facts." She nodded, satisfied, but didn't immediately release his hand. For a moment they stood connected, the golden light of their bond illuminating the space between them. "This is why we lead together," she said quietly. "Balance." Harry knew she meant more than just tempering his Gryffindor impulsiveness with her Slytherin calculation. In the weeks since the ceremony, they discovered something neither had anticipated: their differences complemented each other in ways that made them more effective together than apart, even beyond the magical enhancement. "Balance," he agreed, finding himself reluctant to break the connection. Something shifted in Daphne's expression then, a softening around her eyes, a slight parting of her lips. For a heartbeat, Harry thought she might lean closer, might cross the carefully maintained professional distance they'd preserved despite their betrothal. The moment shattered as footsteps approached from the training room. Daphne stepped back smoothly, their connection breaking as Hermione appeared in the doorway, arms laden with parchment. "I've started compiling the operational readiness assessment," she announced, oblivious to the tension she'd interrupted. "There are several factors we should consider immediately." "Of course," Daphne replied, her public persona sliding seamlessly back into place. "Let's review in the strategy room." As they walked together toward the manor's east wing, Harry found himself replaying that interrupted moment, wondering what might have happened had they remained alone a few seconds longer. The decision to proceed with a modified ministry operation was reached after 2 days of intense debate. They would infiltrate as planned to recover the prophecy records, but adjust their timing to avoid direct confrontation with Voldemort while still maintaining the possibility of a controlled encounter if circumstances favored it. On the evening before the mission, Harry found himself on the manor's west balcony, watching sunset paint the Scottish Highlands in gold and crimson. The safe house's extensive grounds stretched below, now dotted with training areas, emergency portkey points, and even a small Quidditch pitch where members could release tension between operations. "Seeking solitude before the storm?" Daphne's voice came from behind him. "Just thinking," Harry replied as she joined him at the stone balustrade. She wore casual robes for once, her hair loose around her shoulders instead of in its usual severe style. The golden marks on her arms seemed to catch the sunset's glow, shimmering beneath her skin. "Second thoughts about tomorrow?" she asked. "No. Well, the usual pre-mission nerves, but nothing specific." He turned to face her. "Actually, I was thinking about how much has changed in 2 months." Daphne nodded. "From reluctant betrothed to revolutionary leaders. Not the future either of us anticipated. Do you ever regret it?" Harry asked, the question escaping before he could reconsider. "Being bound to me, to this cause?" She considered the question with characteristic thoroughness, her gaze drifting across the Highlands. "I don't waste energy on hypotheticals, Potter. The bond exists. We've made something meaningful from it." "That's not an answer," he pressed. Daphne sighed, a rare display of unguarded emotion. "No," she said finally. "I don't regret it. The covenant represents everything I believed impossible before: genuine reform with respect for tradition, cooperation across house divides, merit recognized regardless of birth." She paused, then added more quietly, and I've found myself surprisingly well matched with a partner I never would have chosen voluntarily." The admission hung between them, more personal than their usual exchanges. "Surprisingly well matched," Harry repeated with a hint of amusement. "High praise from the Ice Queen of Slytherin." "Don't push your luck, Potter," she retorted, though without heat. "My standards remain exacting. And yet here you are, voluntarily seeking my company before a mission." "Strategic preparation," she claimed. "Ensuring your mental readiness." "Of course," Harry agreed, not believing it for a moment. Over the weeks, he'd learned to recognize when Daphne used professional concerns to mask personal ones, a habit deeply ingrained by her upbringing. They lapsed into comfortable silence, watching darkness claim the landscape. The first stars appeared, bright pinpoints in the deepening blue. "What about you?" Daphne asked eventually. "Any regrets about our arrangement?" Harry considered the question seriously. "I regret not knowing about my family history sooner, not understanding the political legacy I inherited. I might have made different choices earlier." "But about the bond itself," she persisted. "No," he said honestly. "It's given us a fighting chance in this war. And..." He hesitated, then continued with Gryffindor directness, "I've come to value our partnership beyond its tactical advantages." Daphne turned to look at him, surprise briefly visible in her expression before her composure returned. "Professional appreciation is natural after sustained collaboration," she said, defaulting to formality as she often did when conversations ventured into emotional territory. "It's more than professional appreciation," Harry said quietly. The moment stretched between them, laden with unspoken possibilities. Harry had become increasingly aware of the shift in his feelings toward Daphne, how his initial wariness had evolved into respect, then genuine admiration, and recently something more complex that he hadn't fully examined. Daphne's carefully maintained control seemed to waver. "Harry," she began, her voice softer than usual. Before she could continue, the balcony doors opened to admit Ron Weasley, who stopped short at the obvious interruption. "Sorry," he said, looking between them with sudden comprehension. "Hermione sent me to tell you the final mission briefing starts in 10 minutes. "Thank you, Weasley," Daphne replied, her voice returning to its usual crispness. "We'll be there momentarily." Ron nodded, retreating with a knowing look at Harry that promised future questions. When the door closed, the moment had passed. Daphne straightened her robes unnecessarily, professional demeanor firmly back in place. "We should review the infiltration paths once more before the briefing," she said, already moving toward the door. Harry followed, acknowledging the retreat to safer ground. "Daphne," he called as she reached for the handle. "Whatever you were going to say. I'd still like to hear it. When you're ready." She paused, her back to him, golden marks visible on her neck beneath her hair. For a moment he thought she might turn, might finish what she'd started to say. Instead, she nodded once, a gesture so slight he almost missed it. "After the mission," she said. "When we've succeeded." It wasn't a rejection, Harry realized as they walked together to the strategy room. It was a promise. The Ministry of Magic had transformed under Voldemort's regime. Gone were the pretenses of democratic governance and magical cooperation. In their place stood monuments to blood purity, intimidating security checkpoints, and the constant presence of black-robed enforcers. Harry, Daphne, Hermione, and Blaise Zabini moved through the atrium under carefully crafted disguises, not mere polyjuice transformations, which could be detected by the newest security measures, but complex glamours developed by Luna that altered their magical signatures as well as appearances. "Security checkpoint ahead," Blaise murmured, adjusting his Department of International Magical Cooperation robes. "Remember, you're Undersecretary Chambers, here to inspect the prophecy archives for foreign intelligence concerns." Harry nodded, feeling strange in the body of a middle-aged ministry bureaucrat. Beside him, Daphne wore the appearance of his assistant, while Hermione and Blaise posed as junior department members. The checkpoint consisted of a dark archway imbued with detection charms and two bored-looking security wizards. One yawned as he examined their forged identification parchments. Purpose of visit to level 9, he droned. Departmental inspection, Daphne replied smoothly. Authorized by Undersecretary Yaxley. The name of the known Death Eater worked as intended. The guard stiffened slightly, returning their documents with noticeably more respect. Proceed through the arch one at a time for magical signature verification, he instructed. This was the moment of greatest risk. If Luna's glamours failed, alarms would trigger immediately. Harry stepped forward first, maintaining the haughty expression he practiced for his bureaucrat persona. The arch hummed as he passed through, magical energy washing over him, searching for deception. Nothing happened. The guard waved him forward with disinterest. One by one, they cleared the security check, proceeding to the lifts with measured steps. Only when the lift doors closed did Harry allow himself a small exhale of relief. First hurdle cleared, Hermione whispered as the lift descended toward level 9. Don't celebrate yet, Daphne cautioned. The Department of Mysteries has its own security measures. The lift reached level 9 with a cheerful chime that seemed incongruous with the oppressive atmosphere. The black-tiled corridor stretched before them, familiar to Harry from his disastrous fifth-year expedition. The rotation schedule indicates minimal staffing in the Hall of Prophecy until 4 o'clock, Blaise reported quietly. We have approximately 40 minutes. They moved purposefully down the corridor, Harry and Daphne leading with the confidence of officials who belonged there. At the plain black door marking the department's entrance, Harry paused, recalling how it had once spun to confuse intruders. They've modified security since your last visit, Daphne said, sensing his hesitation. Zabini, the access sequence. Blaise stepped forward, tapping his wand against the door in a specific pattern while murmuring an incantation. The door shimmered briefly before swinging open to reveal the familiar circular room with its many identical doors. Direction charm, Hermione whispered, casting discreetly. A faint blue arrow appeared on the floor, visible only to them, pointing toward the door they needed. They crossed quickly, entering a long, rectangular room glittering with dancing light reflected from the countless glass orbs on shelves stretching toward an impossibly high ceiling. The Hall of Prophecy remained much as Harry remembered, though with noticeable gaps where orbs had been removed or destroyed. The primary registry should be near the center, Daphne said. We need records of all prophecies concerning the Dark Lord, including those already fulfilled. They separated slightly, maintaining visibility of each other while searching different sections. Harry moved through the towering shelves, memories of his last disastrous visit flickering at the edges of his mind. So much had changed since then, Sirius lost, Dumbledore gone, the wizarding world transformed by war. He found himself before a section labeled Dark Lords, Historical and Contemporary, and began carefully examining registry marks without touching the prophecies themselves. Here, he called softly after several minutes. Records concerning T.M. Riddle. The others converged on his position. Hermione immediately began duplicating the registry information with a specialized copying charm designed to work around the department's anti-theft protections. Interesting, Daphne murmured, studying the shelves. Not just the prophecy about you. There are 3 others. What? Harry stared at the small collection of glowing orbs. Dumbledore never mentioned other prophecies. Perhaps he didn't know, Blaise suggested. Or perhaps he was selective with information, as usual. Hermione's copying charm worked efficiently, transferring the prophecy's contents to enchanted parchment without disturbing the orbs themselves. I've got them, she said finally. Complete recordings of all 4, plus their registration data. We should, Harry began, before freezing at the sound of voices approaching from the entrance. Told to prepare the chamber for his arrival, a man was saying. The Dark Lord wishes to examine the temporal manipulations personally. Time room, Blaise whispered urgently. They're heading for the time room, but they'll pass this section. Disillusionment won't be enough, Daphne said, her mind working visibly. We need a diversion. Harry met her eyes, coming to an immediate decision. Not a diversion. A confrontation, limited, controlled, on our terms. Hermione looked alarmed. Harry, that wasn't the plan. Plans adapt, Daphne cut in, surprising them by supporting Harry. A brief display of the Covenant's power, followed by strategic withdrawal, could serve our purposes. The voices grew closer. They had seconds to decide. Zabini, Granger, secure the prophecy records and prepare our exit route, Daphne instructed. Potter and I will handle this. Hermione hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Be careful. 3 minutes maximum, then retreat whether we've secured the route or not. As Hermione and Blaise slipped away toward the exit, Harry and Daphne moved to the center of the Hall of Prophecy, their glamours dissolving as they clasped their marked arms together. The golden light bloomed between them, illuminating the chamber with its distinctive glow. Ready? Harry asked. Daphne's eyes held his, determination and something fiercer burning in their blue depths. Together. The approaching wizards rounded the corner, 3 Death Eaters in formal ministry robes, led by Antonin Dolohov. They stopped short at the sight of Harry and Daphne standing openly in the center of the hall, connected by visible golden magic. Potter. Dolohov snarled, recognition immediate as the glamours faded completely. And the Greengrass girl. His wand came up as his companions spread out, their expressions shifting from shock to predatory anticipation. The Covenant sends its regards, Harry called, his voice steady. Consider this a friendly warning, neither Voldemort nor this corrupted ministry will stand much longer. Dolohov's face contorted with rage. You dare speak his name? Crucio. The unforgivable streaked toward them, only to dissolve harmlessly against the golden shield that manifested instantly around Harry and Daphne. Our turn, Daphne said calmly. Together they raised their free hands, channeling their combined magic with precision honed through weeks of practice. A wave of golden energy erupted outward, striking the Death Eaters with carefully calibrated force, enough to slam them against the shelves and temporarily incapacitate them, but not to kill. Glass orbs crashed to the floor as prophecy shelves toppled, the hall filling with the ghostly figures of long-dead seers reciting predictions now released from their containers. The confusion provided perfect cover as Harry and Daphne maintained their position, waiting for the signal. A silver otter Patronus streaked toward them, Hermione's all-clear signal. Exit secure. 30 seconds. Time to leave our signature, Harry said. Daphne nodded. Together they pointed their wands at the hall's high ceiling, channeling a spell they developed specifically for this moment. Insignis Covenant. Golden light erupted upward, splashing across the ceiling to form their symbol, the lightning bolt crossed with grass sprig, encircled by a chain. Unlike ordinary magical graffiti, this mark pulsed with living energy, embedding itself into the department's very magic. They'll try to remove it, Daphne noted with satisfaction. But it's tied to the bond. It will resist. Alarms began blaring throughout the department as security finally responded to the disturbance. In the distance, they heard shouts and running footsteps. Time to go, Harry said, releasing Daphne's arm but maintaining their magical connection through the resonance technique they'd perfected. They moved swiftly toward the exit where Hermione and Blaise waited, leaving chaos in their wake. As they reached the circular room, the doors began spinning, the department's automatic defense against intruders. Hermione's direction charm flickered but held, guiding them to the correct exit as footsteps thundered behind them. They burst into the corridor, sprinting toward the emergency exit Blaise's contact had identified, a maintenance shaft bypassing normal security channels. Behind them, the department doors flew open as pursuers emerged. Halt, someone shouted. Intruder containment protocols activated. Harry felt the anti-apparition wards strengthening, magic thickening in the air around them. They wouldn't reach the exit before being surrounded. Plan B, Daphne called to the others. Now. Hermione and Blaise immediately pressed emergency port keys disguised as ministry identification badges. They vanished with twin pops of displaced air, special port keys designed by Fred and George Weasley to function briefly even through standard anti-transportation wards. Harry and Daphne skidded to a halt, turning to face their pursuers as the corridor filled with security personnel. Dolohov limped at the front, his face contorted with fury. "Nowhere to run," he spat. "The Dark Lord will reward me personally for your capture." "Who said anything about running?" Harry replied calmly. He and Daphne stood back to back, their marked arms touching as they raised their wands in perfect synchronization. The golden light of their bond erupted around them like a solar flare, so bright that several pursuers shielded their eyes. Incendio maximo spiralis. The amplified fire spell manifested not as ordinary flames but as a massive vortex of golden fire that swept down the corridor, not burning their opponents but hurting them backward in confusion and fear. In the chaos, Harry and Daphne activated their own emergency port keys. The last thing Harry saw before the port key yanked him away was Dolohov's face, a mixture of rage and, satisfyingly, fear. They materialized in the designated safe apparition point 3 miles from the Ministry, an abandoned Muggle warehouse secured with Covenant protections. Hermione and Blaise waited anxiously, wands ready. "You made it!" Hermione exclaimed. "We weren't sure the port keys would penetrate the enhanced wards." "Barely," Harry admitted, the adrenaline beginning to subside. "But we made our point. And secured our primary objective," Daphne added, nodding toward the parchments Hermione clutched. Blaise checked his watch. The Dark Lord was scheduled to arrive at the Ministry in approximately 40 minutes. "We should relocate immediately, his response will be swift and violent." They operate in pairs to a series of waypoints before finally returning to the Scottish manor. By the time they arrived in the strategy room, word of their operation had already spread throughout the Covenant. Members gathered eagerly for their report, faces alight with anticipation. Lord Greengrass waited with Lupin and Tonks, his expression revealing nothing as they entered. "You encountered resistance," he observed, noting the signs of battle on their robes. "Controlled confrontation," Daphne corrected, setting her outer robe aside. "Dolohov and his team interrupted our extraction. We left them with a message. Along with our symbol burned into the Department of Mysteries ceiling," Harry added. "By tomorrow, everyone in the Ministry will know the Covenant can strike at the heart of their security." "And the prophecies?" Lupin asked. Hermione carefully unfolded the copied parchments. "All 4, intact. Including 3 previously unknown to us." This news stirred excited murmurs throughout the room. Harry felt the weight of expectation as members looked to him and Daphne for direction. "We'll analyze them privately first," Daphne decided, her tone allowing no argument. "Their contents may be sensitive, tactical advantages we can't risk spreading widely." Though some looked disappointed, no one challenged her decision. The Covenant had developed a clear leadership structure with Harry and Daphne at its center, surrounded by a core strategic team that included Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, and Blaise. In the meantime, Harry added, "we should prepare for retaliation. Voldemort won't take this incursion lightly." "Security protocols already elevated," Tonks reported. "Additional wards deployed, safe house network alerted." The meeting continued with tactical assessments and assignment of security rotations. Throughout the discussion, Harry remained acutely aware of Daphne beside him, the tension in her posture, the careful attention she gave each report, the subtle shift in her expression when something concerned her. And beneath it all, the memory of their interrupted conversation on the balcony. "After the mission, when we've succeeded." They had succeeded. What would she say now? As the meeting concluded and members dispersed to their duties, Daphne caught his eye. "The prophecies," she said simply. "My study, 20 minutes. Harry nodded, understanding the priority. Personal matters would wait, the war demanded their immediate attention. Daphne's private study reflected her personality, meticulously organized, elegant without ostentation, and intensely private. Few Covenant members ever entered this space, which she'd claimed from the beginning as her personal domain for research and contemplation. Harry arrived to find her already reviewing the prophecy transcripts, golden marks gleaming in the firelight as she made careful notes on separate parchment. "Close the door," she said without looking up. "These are concerning." Harry secured the room with additional privacy charms before joining her at the desk. "Worse than we expected?" "More complicated," she replied, sliding the first transcript toward him. "Read this one, the original prophecy about you and the Dark Lord." Harry scanned the familiar words he'd first heard in Dumbledore's office. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies." "Nothing new here," he said. Dumbledore shared the complete prophecy after the Department of Mysteries battle. "Yes, but read it alongside this one." Daphne pushed a second transcript forward. "Made 3 months earlier by a different seer." Harry's eyes widened as he read, "The Dark Lord's equal shall rise from ashes of betrayal, bound by blood and choice to the neutral house, their union a catalyst for change beyond darkness or light, ancient magic renewed through sacrifice and love, the covenant that breaks chains of generations." "This can't be coincidence," he said, looking up at Daphne. "It describes our bond, our alliance, before either of us was even born. The timing suggests it was made just before our families created the blood betrothal," Daphne noted. "My family records indicate Bartholomew Potter and Eloise Greengrass formalized the agreement in 1819, shortly after a significant divination prompted urgent action. They created the bond because of this prophecy," Harry realized. "They deliberately set up this connection to activate when needed." "When the Dark Lord threatened the magical world," Daphne agreed. "Our ancestors essentially created a magical failsafe, triggered by specific conditions, your 17th birthday occurring during Voldemort's return to power." Harry absorbed this revelation, feeling an odd mixture of frustration and wonder. Once again, his life had been shaped by forces set in motion long before his birth, yet this time, the manipulation seemed protective rather than controlling. "What about the other 2 prophecies?" he asked. Daphne hesitated, an unusual uncertainty crossing her features. "They're more personal." She slid the remaining transcripts toward him. "The 3rd prophecy was brief but explicit. From their union will come the heir of 4 founders, magic renewed and balanced as never before, the child of covenant shall bridge divided worlds." Harry felt heat rise in his face as he processed the implications. "This is about our child," Daphne confirmed, her voice carefully neutral though a faint blush colored her cheeks. "Apparently destined to unite the magical legacies of Hogwarts founders." "How is that even possible?" Harry asked, genuinely confused. "I'm not descended from any founder as far as I know." "The Potter line does trace back to Gryffindor through several branches," Daphne informed him. "And my family claims distant connection to Slytherin, not the main line that produced the Dark Lord, but a cadet branch. The prophecy suggests our child would somehow connect to Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff as well." The casual discussion of their hypothetical child created an intimacy neither had broached before. The bond required eventual marriage, they both knew that, but they'd carefully avoided discussing what came after: family, children, a shared future beyond wartime alliance. Harry turned to the final prophecy with some trepidation, wondering what other destiny had been mapped for them without their knowledge or consent. This prophecy was different, fragmented, as though the seer had struggled to articulate the vision: the 7th Horcrux, unwitting vessel, when golden chains bind the marked one, choice will manifest, death and rebirth possible, sacrifice freely given, the covenant provides the path unknown to the snake master. Harry froze, the blood draining from his face. Beside him, Daphne's breath caught. "You know what this means," she said quietly. "This confirms what you've suspected." Harry nodded slowly, unable to speak immediately. The truth he'd gradually pieced together from Dumbledore's cryptic lessons, confirmed by months of research with Hermione, lay exposed in prophetic language. "I'm a Horcrux," he said finally, the words terrible in their simplicity. "Part of Voldemort's soul lives in my scar. That's why I can sense his emotions, speak Parseltongue. And why you must eventually face him, Daphne concluded. But this prophecy suggests something Dumbledore perhaps didn't know, that our bond changes the equation. Harry looked at her with sudden hope. The golden chains binding the marked one. Our blood bond, she confirmed. It's somehow interfering with the Horcrux. I've sensed it during our magical connection, that fragment feels increasingly isolated, contained. Is it possible? Harry hardly dared believe. Could the bond actually help destroy the Horcrux without killing you? Daphne finished when he couldn't. The prophecy suggests it's possible. Choice will manifest, death and rebirth possible. The implication stunned them both into silence. Harry had been gradually reconciling himself to the likelihood of his own death as necessary for Voldemort's defeat. Now, suddenly, an alternative path shimmered into existence, tentative, prophecy-cloaked, but real. We need to understand exactly how the bond affects the Horcrux, Daphne said, analytical mind already working on the problem. Controlled experiments, research into similar magical interactions. And we need to find the remaining Horcruxes, Harry added. The locket, the cup, something of Ravenclaw's. This changes our strategic approach, Daphne noted. If the bond potentially offers a solution to the Horcrux within you, we need to protect it at all costs while pursuing the others. Harry looked down at the golden marks on his arm, the chains referenced in the prophecy. What had begun as an unwelcome magical entanglement now represented his possible salvation. And beyond that, the foundation for something he'd never truly allowed himself to imagine, a future. Daphne, he said, looking up to find her watching him with unusual openness. About what you were going to say yesterday, before the mission. She hesitated, then squared her shoulders with characteristic determination. I've never been one for sentimental declarations, Potter. I've noticed, he said dryly. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. But circumstances evolve. Perspectives adjust. What began as a pragmatic alliance has become more. At least for me. The careful admission hung between them, momentous in its restraint. From anyone else, it might have seemed tepid. From Daphne Greengrass, it was revolutionary. More for me too, Harry replied simply. Much more. The bond hummed between them, golden marks brightening even without physical contact. Harry reached across the desk, offering his hand palm up. After a moment's hesitation, Daphne placed her marked hand in his. The connection bloomed instantly, but differently than during combat or magical practice. Instead of power surging between them, they experienced something gentler, warmth, understanding, and a sense of possibility that transcended their tactical partnership. We still have a war to win, Daphne said softly, though she didn't withdraw her hand. A ministry to reform. Horcruxes to destroy. And a future to build afterward, Harry added. Together. She nodded, her usual reserve softening. Together. For a precious moment, they allowed themselves to simply exist in that connection, the golden light of their bond illuminating possibilities neither had dared consider when first bound by ancient blood magic. Then, with matching resolve, they turned back to the prophecies and the war that demanded their immediate attention. But something had fundamentally shifted between them, acknowledgement of emotions that had been growing steadily beneath the surface of their alliance. The covenant had begun as political strategy. Now it held the promise of something far more personal. The Ministry raid marked a turning point for the Covenant. News of their brazen infiltration and escape spread rapidly through wizarding communities, amplified by rumors of the golden magic that had repelled Death Eaters and left their symbol burned into the Department of Mysteries itself. The response from both sides of the conflict was swift and predictable. Voldemort's regime increased security measures, instituted harsh penalties for mentioning the Covenant, and launched a propaganda campaign painting them as dangerous radicals threatening magical stability. Meanwhile, their recruitment surged as witches and wizards looking for an alternative to both Voldemort and the former Ministry found hope in the third path they offered. In the month following the raid, the Covenant executed a series of strategic operations across Britain, disrupting Muggleborn roundups, sabotaging Death Eater supply lines, and establishing a network of safe houses for those fleeing persecution. Each action featured the distinctive golden magic of Harry and Daphne's bond, creating a mystique around their capabilities that served their cause well. At the Scottish Manor, now officially named Covenant Haven, Harry found himself immersed in a whirlwind of strategic planning, training sessions, and the constant work of building a movement capable of challenging Voldemort's regime. Through it all, his partnership with Daphne deepened on multiple levels: magical, political, and increasingly personal. "Reports from our Manchester cell," Daphne announced, entering the strategy room where Harry reviewed defense rotations with Neville. She handed over a sealed parchment. "3 more ministry officials have defected to our cause, including someone from the Department of Magical Transportation." "Excellent," Harry said, breaking the seal. "That gives us access to Floo network monitoring." Neville smiled wryly. "Remember when we thought gathering 5 people for DA meetings was complicated? Now we're running a nationwide resistance with multiple cells." "Different circumstances create different possibilities," Daphne observed, taking her customary seat beside Harry. "Though Potter's talent for inspiring loyalty remains constant." "Our talent," Harry corrected automatically. The Covenant's success stemmed from their complementary leadership, his inspiration and moral clarity balanced by her strategic brilliance and political acumen. Daphne acknowledged this with a slight nod, the corner of her mouth lifting in what those close to them had learned to recognize as her version of a smile. The subtle gesture carried more meaning now, part of the private language that had developed between them as their relationship evolved beyond mere alliance. Hermione burst into the room, her expression alight with academic excitement that usually signaled a breakthrough. "I found it," she announced, dropping a heavy tome on the table. "The magical interaction between blood bonds and soul fragments." Harry and Daphne exchanged a quick glance. They'd shared the Horcrux revelation with only their innermost circle: Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, and Blaise, keeping the prophecy's details confidential while putting their best minds to work on the problem. "What have you discovered?" Daphne asked, leaning forward. "Blood magic creates boundaries," Hermione explained, flipping to a marked page. "When 2 magical cores are connected through a blood bond, they establish a mutually reinforcing perimeter, a magical immune system, essentially, that rejects foreign magical intrusions." "And the Horcrux qualifies as a foreign intrusion," Harry reasoned. "Exactly." Hermione pointed to an illustration showing magical flows between bonded individuals. "Your connection with Daphne is gradually isolating the soul fragment, containing it like an infection the body walls off." "But containment isn't elimination," Daphne noted. "The prophecy suggested there might be a path to removing it entirely." Hermione nodded eagerly. "That's where this comes in." She turned to another marked passage. "Traditional Horcrux destruction requires destroying the container beyond magical repair. But when the container is a living being, blood magic offers an alternative approach: magical transference." "Transference?" Harry repeated. "You mean moving the Horcrux to something else?" "In theory, yes. The blood bond creates a channel through which the foreign magic could be drawn out and redirected." Hermione's enthusiasm dampened slightly. "But the process would be extraordinarily dangerous. It would require perfectly synchronized magic from both of you, and a prepared receptacle capable of containing the fragment temporarily before its destruction." "What kind of receptacle?" Daphne asked, already analyzing possibilities. "Something with magical properties similar to a living host but without actual life," Hermione explained. "I'm researching options, but certain rare magical crystals might work, or perhaps a specially prepared magical artifact." Harry absorbed this information, hope and caution warring within him. "And the risks?" Hermione hesitated. "Substantial. If the transference failed mid-process, the backlash could damage both your magical cores. And even if successful, the strain would be immense." "But it's possible," Harry persisted. "Theoretically viable." Yes, Hermione confirmed. With sufficient preparation and precise execution, it could work. Daphne was already making notes, her quill moving rapidly across parchment. We'll need specialized equipment, controlled conditions, emergency countermeasures. And we should complete this before any direct confrontation with the Dark Lord. Agreed, Harry said. The prophecies suggest this is our path forward, but we move carefully, with full preparation. I'll continue researching potential receptacles, Hermione promised. There are references to certain ancient Egyptian crystals used in soul magic that might be suitable. As she gathered her materials to return to the library, Neville cleared his throat. While you're working on the personal project, he said carefully, we have more immediate concerns. The Dark Lord has scheduled a public address at Hogwarts in 2 weeks, some kind of educational reform announcement. At Hogwarts? Harry's attention sharpened. That's unprecedented. He's avoided public appearances. Strategic repositioning, Daphne analyzed. Our operations have damaged his mystique. He needs to reassert visible authority, demonstrate control over symbolic locations. It's also an opportunity, Neville pointed out. With proper planning, we could potentially liberate Hogwarts entirely. The suggestion hung in the air, momentous in its implications. Hogwarts remained partially functional under Death Eater control, with the Carrows enforcing Voldemort's educational vision through torture and intimidation. Many students had been withdrawn by concerned parents, while others, particularly those with Muggleborn connections, had sought refuge with the Covenant. A full assault on Hogwarts would be our most ambitious operation yet, Harry said slowly. But if successful, it would deliver a devastating blow to Voldemort's authority. And provide us a defensible headquarters with immense symbolic value, Daphne added. The strategic advantages would be considerable. We'd need to coordinate with the resistance inside the castle, Harry continued, thinking of Ginny and the remaining DA members who maintained communication through enchanted galleons. And develop a plan to neutralize the Carrows without endangering students. I believe, Daphne said with careful precision, this may be the moment for direct confrontation we've been preparing for. Not merely a raid or rescue, but a decisive engagement to shift the war's momentum. Harry met her gaze, understanding the significance of her suggestion. Daphne had consistently counseled strategic patience, building their strength before major confrontations. Her willingness to advocate for this operation indicated she believed they were ready. We'll need full intelligence on security arrangements, Voldemort's schedule, and evacuation routes for vulnerable students, he said. And contingency plans for magical support, Daphne added. The castle's own defenses might be activated if McGonagall and the remaining loyal staff can access them. As they began outlining the operation, Harry felt the familiar surge of purpose that had defined their leadership of the Covenant. What had begun as an unwelcome magical bond had transformed into something remarkable, a partnership that might actually change the course of magical history. Preparation for the Hogwarts operation consumed the Covenant's resources for the next 2 weeks. Intelligence networks gathered detailed information on the castle's current defenses, Death Eater rotations, and Voldemort's planned schedule. Training intensified as combat teams rehearsed coordinated tactics for the castle's unique layout. Throughout the planning, Harry and Daphne worked in seamless concert, their complementary approaches creating a comprehensive strategy that addressed both the military and political dimensions of the operation. The night before the mission, Harry found himself unable to sleep, the weight of tomorrow's stakes pressing heavily. He wandered to the manor's library, intending to review the castle maps one final time, only to find Daphne already there, poring over the same materials. "Can't sleep either?" he asked, closing the door behind him. She looked up, fatigue evident beneath her composed exterior. Final verification of access points. The room of requirement passage remains our best initial entry. Neville confirmed it's secure, Harry said, joining her at the table. Aberforth will ensure our advance team reaches the room safely. Daphne nodded, though her attention seemed divided. The Horcrux extraction research has progressed well. Hermione believes she's identified a suitable receptacle, a black family artifact with unique containing properties. That's good news, Harry said. But not what's keeping you awake. She met his eyes then, her usual guard lowered in the library's midnight privacy. Tomorrow changes everything, regardless of outcome. If we succeed, the Covenant becomes a direct governing authority rather than a resistance movement, with all the challenges that entails. If we fail. We won't fail, Harry said with quiet certainty. Your Gryffindor optimism remains intact, I see, she replied, though without her usual sardonic edge. It's not optimism. It's faith in what we've built together. He reached across the table, covering her hand with his own. Their marks connected instantly, the golden light bathing ancient books in warm illumination. The Covenant is stronger than either side realizes. Our people are committed, our strategy sound. Daphne didn't pull away from the contact. I've never been sentimental about battle, Potter. Victory comes from preparation and tactical advantage, not emotional conviction. And yet here you are, reviewing plans you've already memorized instead of resting for tomorrow's confrontation, he pointed out gently. Even the Ice Queen has pre-mission jitters. The nickname, once a Slytherin taunt about her emotional detachment, had evolved into a private joke between them, his way of acknowledging her carefully maintained composure while gently teasing its limits. A reluctant smile touched her lips. Perhaps I do. Though I prefer to call it appropriate caution before a complex operation. Of course, Harry agreed solemnly. Absolutely nothing to do with feelings. Daphne arched an eyebrow. Careful, Potter. I still outrank you in hexes known. But I have superior reflexes, he countered, enjoying the familiar banter that had become their form of affection. They fell silent, the golden connection between their hands pulsing gently with their shared magic. In these private moments, Harry had discovered a different side of Daphne, still analytical and reserved, but capable of warmth and even humor when her public persona could be set aside. What happens after? He asked finally, voicing the question that had lingered between them for weeks. After Voldemort, after the Ministry reform. What do we want the Covenant to become? Daphne considered the question with characteristic thoroughness. Initially, a transitional authority to stabilize magical Britain. Then, ideally, the foundation for a more balanced governance structure, preserving valuable traditions while eliminating corrupt practices. And us? Harry pressed quietly. What do we become? The personal question hung between them, laden with possibilities neither had fully articulated despite the gradual deepening of their relationship. Daphne's eyes held his, unusual vulnerability visible in their blue depths. The bond requires marriage eventually, she said, her voice carefully neutral. That remains a magical necessity. I'm not asking about magical necessity, Harry replied. I'm asking what you want. For a moment, her composed facade wavered completely. What I want, she repeated softly. I've spent so much of my life planning around what was strategically advantageous that I rarely considered personal desires as relevant. Consider them now, Harry encouraged. Tomorrow we fight for the future. What do you want that future to include? Daphne looked down at their connected hands, the golden light flowing between them. I want this, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Not just the magical bond or the political alliance. This, partnership. I want to continue building something meaningful with someone who challenges me, balances me. She looked up, meeting his gaze directly. With you. The simple admission, so difficult for someone trained from childhood to guard her emotions, moved Harry deeply. I want that too, he said. When this began, I resented being bound to someone by magic I didn't choose. Now I can't imagine facing the future with anyone else. Something shifted in Daphne's expression, a softening, a decision reached. She rose from her chair, their hands still connected, and moved around the table until she stood before him. Tomorrow we risk everything, she said quietly. Tonight, perhaps, we could acknowledge what we're fighting for. Harry stood, their connected hands maintaining the golden bond between them. With his free hand, he gently traced the line of her cheek, a touch they'd both carefully avoided despite growing feelings. Daphne, he murmured, the rare use of her first name intimate in the quiet library. She closed the distance between them, her free hand resting against his chest as she tilted her face up to his. The kiss, when it came, was tentative at first, a careful exploration of territory they'd approached but never crossed. Then, as the golden magic flared brightly around them, it deepened into something that felt inevitable, a natural extension of the connection they'd built across months of shared purpose and growing trust. When they finally separated, the golden light had spread further, enveloping them both in a warm glow that pulsed with their heightened emotions. "Well," Daphne said, a slight breathlessness belying her attempt at composure, "that appears to be another aspect of the bond we hadn't fully explored." Harry laughed softly, resting his forehead against hers. "Always the analyst. It served us well so far," she pointed out, though she made no move to increase the distance between them. "It has," he agreed. "As has your caution, your strategy, your remarkable ability to see 3 moves ahead. Complemented by your courage, your moral clarity, your talent for inspiring others," she replied. They stood together in the library's midnight quiet, connected by golden light and something deeper than magic, a partnership forged through shared struggle and mutual respect that had gradually, inevitably, transformed into love. "We should rest," Daphne said eventually, practical as always despite the momentous shift between them. "Tomorrow requires our full focus." Harry nodded, reluctantly breaking the physical connection though their magical bond remained active even at short distances now. "Together, then. Tomorrow and after." "Together," she confirmed, her usual reserve softened by certainty. "Whatever comes." As they left the library, preparation complete for the battle ahead, Harry felt a sense of rightness that transcended pre-mission tension. Whatever happened at Hogwarts tomorrow, they faced it not merely as tactical allies but as partners in the fullest sense, bound by magic, choice, and now acknowledged feeling. The Covenant had begun as a necessary political response to magical war. It had evolved into something far more profound, the foundation for a future neither of them had imagined possible when an eagle owl first delivered a cryptic message to Privet Drive months ago. Dawn broke over the Scottish Highlands, pale winter light illuminating Covenant Haven where teams prepared for the day's momentous operation. The manor hummed with controlled activity, equipment checks, last-minute briefings, final communications with allies inside Hogwarts. In the central courtyard, Harry addressed the assembled force, over 100 witches and wizards drawn from all houses, blood statuses, and age groups, united by commitment to the Covenant's vision. Beside him stood Daphne, resplendent in battle robes of deep blue with the Covenant symbol embroidered in gold and silver. "Today we reclaim Hogwarts," Harry began, his voice carrying across the courtyard without magical amplification. "Not just from Death Eater occupation, but from the centuries of division that made that occupation possible." He paused, looking across faces both familiar and new, former classmates, ministry defectors, international allies drawn to their cause. "Hogwarts was founded to unite magical knowledge in one place, to strengthen our community through education and shared purpose," he continued. "Over time, house rivalries and blood prejudice corrupted that vision. Today we restore it." Daphne stepped forward, her clear voice complementing his. "Our operation has 3 objectives: secure the castle with minimal casualties, evacuate vulnerable students to safety, and establish Covenant governance of the school as our first territorial claim." "And if Voldemort appears as scheduled," someone called from the crowd. Harry and Daphne exchanged a brief glance, their marks glowing visibly beneath their robes. "Then we face him," Harry answered simply. "The prophecies suggest our path forward, and the Covenant stands ready." Murmurs spread through the gathering, anticipation, determination, and the nervous energy that preceded significant action. "You all have your assignments," Daphne concluded. "Team leaders, final verification of communication charms. Transport groups depart in sequence starting in 15 minutes. As the assembly dispersed to final preparations, their inner circle gathered around them, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, Blaise, and Ginny, who had arrived from Hogwarts the previous night through the room of requirement passage. "The DA is prepared," Ginny reported. 26 members positioned throughout the castle, ready to secure designated corridors when your signal comes. McGonagall and Flitwick will activate the castle's defensive enchantments once the Carrows are contained, Luna added, her dreamy voice at odds with the precision of her intelligence. "The suits of armor are quite excited about it, they've been very bored under the current administration." Harry smiled despite the gravity of the moment. Luna's unique perspective had proven invaluable throughout their campaigns, often revealing angles others overlooked. "The extraction teams are prepared," Hermione confirmed. "Portkeys programmed for the safe locations, medical supplies distributed." "And the receptacle?" Daphne asked quietly, referring to their contingency plan for the Horcrux. Hermione patted her enchanted bag. "Secured and prepared according to the research." "But Harry, the timing would be critical, attempting extraction during battle conditions would be extremely risky." "Only if absolutely necessary," Harry assured her. "Our primary focus remains securing the castle." "The advance team should depart," Blaise reminded them, checking his watch. "Aberforth expects the first group at the Hog's Head in 7 minutes." Final embraces were exchanged, Ron holding Hermione longer than usual, Neville and Ginny clasping arms in silent solidarity, Luna distributing small charms she claimed would confuse Raxperts and Death Eaters alike. Harry turned to Daphne as the others moved toward their positions. In the privacy of imminent departure, he allowed himself to touch her face briefly. "Ready?" he asked. "Always," she replied, her usual composure softened by the echo of last night's intimacy. "Remember the plan, secure the Great Hall, establish our command center, then assess Voldemort's arrival," he completed. "I've memorized every detail, strategist." "See that you follow them, tactician," she returned with the hint of a smile. "Your improvisational tendencies, while occasionally effective, give me gray hairs." "You'd look distinguished," he teased, then grew serious. "Together, then?" She nodded, briefly pressing her marked arm against his. The golden light flared between them, a promise and a power source. Together. Hogwarts Castle rose before them, familiar spires outlined against the winter sky. From their vantage point at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Harry and Daphne observed the increased security patrols, black-robed figures moving along battlements, Dementors drifting at the boundaries of the grounds. Their advance teams had successfully entered through the room of requirement passage over the past hour, positioning themselves throughout the castle under disillusionment charms. Now the main force waited for Harry and Daphne's signal to begin the operation. "Final report from Neville," Daphne murmured, checking the enchanted galleon in her palm. "All teams in position. The Carrows are in the staff room with Snape. Death Eater reinforcements concentrated near the entrance hall, anticipating the Dark Lord's arrival in approximately 90 minutes. Harry nodded, scanning the grounds through omnioculars. "Security thinner near the greenhouses, Sprout's influence, perhaps. Our second wave should enter there." "Agreed." Daphne tapped the galleon, sending the updated instruction. "Ready for Phase 1. Harry took a deep breath, centering himself for what lay ahead. "Ready." They clasped their marked arms together, the golden light immediately blooming between them. Months of practice had refined their control, they could now modulate the visibility of their connection, from subtle illumination to blinding brilliance when tactical advantage required it. Pointing their free hands toward the castle, they cast in perfect unison, Patronus Nuncius Maxima. Their merged Patronus erupted from their wands, the magnificent golden griffin, now so familiar it felt like an extension of themselves. It soared toward the castle, visible yet incorporeal as it passed through the outer wards. Unlike an ordinary messenger Patronus, this enhanced version carried not just a simple message but a complex magical signature that would activate the enchanted coins carried by all DA members and Covenant allies within the castle. The signal would coordinate their simultaneous action across multiple locations. Phase 1 initiated, Daphne confirmed as the griffin disappeared into the castle walls. 3 minutes until synchronized action. They waited, tense and focused, as seconds ticked by. Then, precisely on schedule, chaos erupted across the castle, windows flashed with spell light, alarms blared, and confused shouts echoed across the grounds as their hidden allies moved against key targets. Phase 2, Harry said, raising his wand to send green sparks high above the forest. The signal triggered their main force, 50 combat-trained Covenant members disillusioned at the forest edge who now advanced across the grounds in practiced formation. Simultaneously, another 30 moved toward the greenhouse entrance, led by Professor Sprout who had secretly joined their cause weeks earlier. "We move with the third wave," Daphne reminded as they watched their forces advance. "Once the entrance hall is secured." Harry nodded, though anticipation hummed through him, the need to join the battle testing his strategic discipline. The golden connection between them pulsed with shared energy, his eagerness balanced by her calculated patience, her analytical precision complemented by his intuitive adaptability. Minutes stretched as the operation unfolded according to their meticulously crafted plan. Reports flowed through their enchanted communication network, East Wing secured. Carrows contained, minimal resistance. Dementors retreating under combined Patronus assault. Finally, the message they awaited, entrance hall secured. Command team clear to enter. They moved swiftly across the grounds, surrounded by a protective detail of their most skilled fighters. As they approached the castle doors, evidence of the brief but intense fighting became visible, scorch marks from deflected spells, unconscious Death Eaters bound with magical restraints, Covenant members establishing defensive positions. The entrance hall itself had been transformed into a triage and coordination center. Hermione directed operations from the center, her organizational skills perfectly suited to managing the complex flow of information and resources. She looked up as they entered, relief evident in her expression. "Great Hall secured," she reported immediately. "Minimal student casualties, 3 minor injuries being treated. Death Eater forces retreating to the astronomy tower where Rookwood has established a defensive position." "The Carrows?" Daphne asked. "Contained and unconscious," Ron answered, approaching with his arm in a makeshift sling. "Nasty piece of work, that woman. Nearly took my arm off before Neville stunned her." "You should have that looked at," Harry said, gesturing to the injury. Ron shrugged his good shoulder. Later. McGonagall's activating the castle defenses from the headmaster's office. Snape fled when the operation began, Operat from the boundary near the Shrieking Shack. "And Voldemort?" Harry asked the question that concerned him most. "No change to his scheduled arrival," Blaise reported, consulting a charmed parchment that updated with intelligence from their ministry sources. 67 minutes from now, unless our operation alters his plans." "It won't," Daphne said with certainty. "He can't afford to appear reactive. Retreating would damage his authority more than facing us directly." "Then we prepare for his arrival," Harry decided. "Full defensive positions, evacuation of younger students completed, our strongest fighters concentrated at likely apparition points." "And the Horcrux contingency?" Hermione asked quietly, for their ears alone. Harry and Daphne exchanged a brief glance, silent communication passing between them. "Prepared but not primary," Daphne answered. "We secure the castle first. If direct confrontation becomes inevitable, we'll assess whether conditions permit the extraction attempt." They moved through the entrance hall toward the Great Hall, where they planned to establish their command center. As they passed familiar corridors and moving staircases, Harry felt a profound sense of homecoming mixed with determination. Hogwarts had been his first true home, now he fought to reclaim it not just for himself but for all who sought education free from prejudice and fear. The Great Hall had been transformed from its usual configuration. House tables pushed aside, replaced by a central strategy table where maps of the castle glowed with real-time positioning of all combatants. Above, the enchanted ceiling showed not the outside sky but a tactical display of the grounds and surrounding areas, monitoring for approaching forces. As they entered, a cheer went up from the gathered Covenant members and students, spontaneous recognition of the leadership that had brought them to this moment. Harry felt Daphne stiffen slightly beside him, still uncomfortable with public acclaim despite months as a resistance leader. "Save the celebration for victory," she called, her clear voice cutting through the noise. "We have work remaining." The room quieted immediately, returning to disciplined focus. Harry surveyed the gathered forces with pride, students working alongside adults, former rivals now united, the houses meaningfully integrated for perhaps the first time in Hogwarts history. "Status report," he requested, approaching the central table where Neville marked defensive positions. "Castle approximately 80% secured," Neville reported. "Remaining Death Eater resistance concentrated in the astronomy tower and portions of the dungeons. No casualties among our forces, though several injuries." "Evacuation progress?" Daphne asked. "First and second years completely evacuated through the room of requirement passage," Luna answered from nearby, where she coordinated with house elves who had enthusiastically joined their cause. "Third and fourth years in process, prioritizing those with Muggleborn connections." Harry nodded approval, then turned to the most delicate question. "And Slytherin house?" Mixed response, Blaise reported candidly. "About half have actively joined us, primarily those with family connections to our cause. A quarter remain neutral but cooperative with evacuation orders. The remainder, mostly those with Death Eater family ties, attempted resistance but have been contained without serious injury. Ensure they're treated fairly," Daphne instructed firmly. "No punitive measures based solely on house affiliation or family connections. Individual actions determine consequences." This principle, central to the Covenant's philosophy from its beginning, had been Daphne's particular insistence. Breaking the cycle of house-based prejudice required consistent application of justice regardless of traditional affiliations. As they continued reviewing the castle's status, a silver Patronus streaked into the hall, a phoenix that spoke with McGonagall's voice. "Castle defenses activated. Be advised, outer wards report significant magical pressure. He comes earlier than scheduled." The hall fell momentarily silent as the implications registered. Then Daphne's voice, calm and authoritative, cut through the tension. "Accelerated defense protocol," she ordered. "Combat teams to designated positions. Medical preparation for potential casualties. Communication team, alert all sectors." As Covenant members moved with practiced efficiency to their assignments, Harry turned to their inner circle. "This changes our approach. He's responding to the threat more directly than anticipated. He can't afford to appear weak," Daphne analyzed. "Our taking Hogwarts strikes at the heart of his authority. He must respond personally and decisively. Which creates both danger and opportunity," Harry concluded. "The Horcrux extraction becomes more relevant if direct confrontation is unavoidable." Hermione looked grave. "The preparation is complete, but Harry, the risks are significant but calculated," he finished. "We've trained for this contingency." The castle trembled suddenly, a deep rumble that shook dust from the ancient rafters. Above them, the tactical display showed a massive magical discharge at the boundaries of the grounds, violent red energy crashing against the golden shields of Hogwarts' ancient protections. "He's testing the defenses," McGonagall reported, striding into the hall with Flitwick and Sprout flanking her. "The castle responds well, but such assault cannot be withstood indefinitely. Then we meet him on our terms, not his," Harry decided, the strategy crystallizing as he spoke. "Not cowering behind walls, not scattered in defensive positions." Daphne immediately grasped his intention. "The courtyard," she said with approval. "Open space, visible to all, within the castle's protective influence but not confined." "Exactly." Harry turned to the gathered leaders. "We offer controlled confrontation, the Covenant visibly united, our full strength apparent, the choice between continued destruction and negotiation made explicit." "He won't negotiate," Ron objected. "He's not capable of it." "No," Harry agreed. But others who follow him might reconsider their allegiance when faced with a viable alternative. This isn't just about defeating Voldemort, it's about what follows. The castle shuddered again, more violently this time. The tactical display showed multiple breaches in the outer wards, still far from failure, but weakening under sustained assault. We have perhaps 15 minutes before the outer defenses fall, Flitwick calculated, his expertise in charms making the assessment reliable. Inner castle protections will hold longer, but access to the grounds will be possible. Then we prepare now, Daphne decided. McGonagall, can you adjust the ward configuration to channel any breach toward the main courtyard? The acting headmistress nodded grimly. The castle will respond to that intention. Combat teams Alpha through Delta with us in the courtyard, Harry instructed. Remaining forces secure the castle interior in case of secondary infiltration. Evacuation continues as planned. As the hall erupted into coordinated movement, Harry turned to Hermione. The receptacle. She withdrew from her enchanted bag a small object wrapped in protective cloth. Prepared according to all specifications. But Harry, conditions will be chaotic, the precision required, we understand the risks, Daphne interrupted gently. But the opportunity may not come again. Hermione nodded reluctantly, handing the wrapped object to Daphne. The activation phrase is Sanctuary in Darkness. The containment will hold for approximately 3 minutes once the transfer begins. After that, the receptacle must be destroyed immediately or the fragment could escape. Understood, Harry said, touching Hermione's shoulder briefly in gratitude. If we don't return, don't, she interrupted fiercely. Don't even suggest it. If we don't return, he continued firmly, the covenant continues. The vision remains. You and Ron, Neville and Luna, Blaise, you carry it forward. Hermione's eyes filled with tears, but she nodded with determination. It won't come to that. But yes, we would continue. Around them, the Great Hall had transformed into a staging area for their confrontation. Covenant members checked equipment, reinforced protective charms, and moved into assigned formations. The golden symbol of their movement, lightning bolt crossed with grass sprig, encircled by a chain, adorned banners conjured to make their presence unmistakable. Harry found Daphne at the strategy table, making final adjustments to their deployment plan. The golden marks on her arms glowed visibly through her robes, responding to the heightened magical energy throughout the castle. Scared, Potter? She asked quietly, an echo of their first-year Quidditch rivalry that now carried entirely different meaning. With you beside me, he returned. Never. She smiled then, a genuine expression rarely witnessed by others. Then let's go meet a Dark Lord and change magical history. Together they walked from the Great Hall, their closest allies falling into formation around them. As they moved through familiar corridors toward the courtyard where Voldemort's forces would likely breach the weakening outer wards, Harry felt an unexpected calm descend. Whatever came next, victory, defeat, or something in between, they faced it as they had faced everything since that first reluctant meeting in Godric's Hollow Cemetery, together, bound by magic neither had chosen but both had embraced, transformed into something stronger than either could have imagined alone. The covenant had begun as necessity. It had become their legacy. The main courtyard of Hogwarts stood eerily silent beneath a winter sky heavy with magical discharge. Around its perimeter, Covenant forces had established defensive positions, visible enough to demonstrate strength yet protected enough to survive initial assault. At its center stood Harry and Daphne, flanked by their inner circle, golden light pulsing visibly between them as they maintained partial connection through their bond. Above them, the castle's magical defenses manifested as shimmering barriers that rippled under increasingly violent attacks. Beyond the grounds, dark masses gathered, Death Eaters, Dementors, Giants, and creatures summoned to Voldemort's cause. 3 minutes until projected breach, Neville reported, monitoring the ward's status through a specialized charm Flitwick had taught him. Outer perimeter failing at consistent rate. Daphne's hand brushed against Harry's, their marked skin connecting briefly. Remember the sequence, she said quietly. Shield first, then assessment, extraction attempt only if conditions allow. Harry nodded, the plan rehearsed so thoroughly it had become instinct. The weight of the receptacle in his pocket, a small black family artifact Hermione had identified as suitable for containing a soul fragment temporarily, reminded him of the complex magical work that might lie ahead. Whatever happens, he said to their gathered allies, remember what we're fighting for. Not just against Voldemort, but for the world we're building after. Around them, faces showed determination mixed with fear, natural before confrontation, but tempered by months of purpose and preparation. These were not the frightened students who had fought at the Department of Mysteries 2 years earlier, but trained fighters committed to a vision larger than themselves. The castle shuddered violently, stone dust raining from ancient arches. The magical barrier above them flared brilliant blue, then developed a widening tier directly over the courtyard, exactly where McGonagall had channeled the defensive failure. Here they come, Ron said grimly, raising his wand alongside the others. Through the breach poured Voldemort's advance forces, Death Eaters on brooms, Dementors gliding on fetid air, giants reaching massive hands through the weakened wards. They hesitated briefly at the sight of the organized resistance below, clearly expecting scattered defenders rather than a disciplined force awaiting them. Hold, Daphne commanded as some Covenant members instinctively raised wands. Let them commit to the courtyard. The Death Eaters regrouped quickly, forming a perimeter around the breach point as more forces entered. A familiar figure glided through the opening, tall, skeletally thin, with gleaming red eyes and a face barely recognizable as human. Lord Voldemort had arrived at Hogwarts. He descended slowly, wandlessly levitating himself to the courtyard stones with theatrical precision. Behind him came his inner circle, Bellatrix Lestrange practically vibrating with anticipatory glee, Lucius Malfoy looking gaunt and haunted, others Harry recognized from previous encounters. For a moment, absolute silence held as the two forces regarded each other across 30 meters of ancient stone. Then Voldemort spoke, his high, cold voice carrying effortlessly. Harry Potter, he said, as though greeting an expected but disappointing guest. Playing at rebellion with your little Covenant. The word dripped with disdain. And the Greengrass girl, how fascinating. Your father assured me of his neutrality, child. My father speaks for himself, Daphne replied coolly. I speak for the future. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in what might have been amusement. There is no future that does not bend to my will. Surely you understand this by now. His gaze swept the gathered Covenant forces. Look around you, Potter. Children and malcontents against the might of Lord Voldemort. Is this the army with which you plan to challenge me? Not just an army, Harry answered steadily. A movement. A vision for magical Britain that doesn't require fear or subjugation. Pretty words, Voldemort dismissed. But ultimately meaningless. You stand in open rebellion against the established magical authority. The penalty is death, for all of you. He raised his wand, but before he could cast, Harry and Daphne moved in perfect synchronization. Their marked arms connected fully, golden light erupting between them with blinding intensity as they cast together, Protego Maximus. The shield that materialized wasn't the standard transparent barrier of a normal Protego, but a solid wall of golden energy that enveloped the entire Covenant force. Voldemort's curse, a jet of green light that could only be the killing curse, struck the barrier and, impossibly, dissipated into harmless sparks. Shock registered briefly on the Dark Lord's serpentine features before rage replaced it. What magic is this? He demanded, genuine confusion beneath his anger. No shield can block the killing curse. Blood magic, Daphne called, her voice carrying across the courtyard. Ancient and powerful, the very magic your pure-blood rhetoric claims to respect while your actions destroy its traditions. This struck a visible chord among some of the Death Eaters, particularly the older families who still revered ancient magical practices. Murmurs spread through their ranks as they witnessed magic many had thought lost to modern restrictions. Impressive parlor tricks, Voldemort recovered, though his rage remained visible. But ultimately futile. You cannot maintain such shields indefinitely. We don't need to, Harry responded. We only need to demonstrate that there is a third path, neither your tyranny nor the ministry's corruption. As they spoke, Harry felt the bond between them strengthen, golden energy flowing freely between their magical cores. The Horcrux within his scar reacted to Voldemort's proximity, burning painfully, but the bond seemed to contain it more effectively than ever before, isolating the foreign soul fragment from his own magic. Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound devoid of genuine humor. A third path? There is only power, Potter. Those who wield it and those who fall before it. No, Harry countered. There is magic in its fullness, not just power, but connection, tradition, innovation, community. Everything you sacrificed when you mutilated your soul. The direct reference to Horcruxes wiped all amusement from Voldemort's face. You know nothing of greatness, he hissed, genuine fear beneath his rage now. Nothing of the sacrifices required for immortality. We know enough, Daphne replied. Enough to offer a choice to those who follow you, continue supporting a half-blood who destroys the very traditions he claims to uphold, or join those working to preserve authentic magical heritage while creating a just society. This calculated statement, directly attacking Voldemort's blood status while appealing to traditionalists' values, sent another wave of uncertainty through the Death Eater ranks. Lucius Malfoy in particular looked shaken, his gaze flickering between Voldemort and the golden shield protecting the Covenant forces. Silence. Voldemort commanded, sensing the wavering loyalty. Enough talk. I did not come to debate children playing at politics. He raised his wand again. I came to crush rebellion. What followed was unlike any magical battle Hogwarts had ever witnessed. Voldemort unleashed his full power, spells of such darkness and complexity that the very air seemed to curdle around them. His followers joined the assault, hundreds of curses striking the golden shield simultaneously. Within their protective barrier, Harry and Daphne stood firm, their connected magic responding instinctively to each attack. The shield held, though maintaining it against such assault required intense concentration and rapidly depleted their energy. We can't sustain this indefinitely, Daphne murmured, visible strain in her features despite her composed exterior. The extraction attempt may be our best option. Harry nodded grimly. They had hoped for a more controlled environment, but circumstances rarely cooperated with ideal plans. On my mark, we shift to Phase 2. He glanced at Hermione, who stood ready with the destruction spell prepared for the receptacle once the Horcrux was contained. Ron, Neville, Luna, and Blaise moved into protective positions around them, preparing to maintain defense during the vulnerable moments of the extraction attempt. Now, Harry said as a momentary lull appeared in Voldemort's assault. Their strategy shifted with practiced precision. While maintaining a modified shield with their non-dominant hands, they retrieved the receptacle with their free hands. The small object, a black crystal set in silver that had once belonged to Arcturus Black, glowed with Hermione's preparatory enchantments. Sanctuary in darkness, Daphne spoke the activation phrase. The crystal hummed with magical energy, resonating at a frequency that seemed to call to the fragment within Harry's scar. The pain intensified immediately, the Horcrux responding to both Voldemort's proximity and the receptacle's pull. Harry and Daphne focused their combined magic inward now, using the bond to isolate and extract the soul fragment. Golden light flowed over Harry's face, concentrating around his scar which began to leak a black, viscous substance unlike blood or any natural fluid. Voldemort faltered mid-cast, suddenly clutching his chest as though in pain. What are you doing?" he gasped, genuine fear replacing rage as he sensed the threat to his fractured soul. "Stop them," he screamed to his followers, who renewed their assault on the shield with desperate intensity. Within their protective circle, Harry fell to his knees as excruciating pain tore through his scar. The extraction process had begun, the bond's magic drawing the Horcrux from its long-time vessel toward the prepared receptacle. Daphne knelt beside him, maintaining their connection with grim determination despite the agony that flowed through their bond. "Hold on," she urged, her voice strained but steady. It's working. The black substance continued to pull free from Harry's scar, drawn inexorably toward the crystal receptacle floating between them. Around them, their allies fought to maintain the protective perimeter as Death Eaters pressed their advantage, sensing a critical moment in the battle. Across the courtyard, Voldemort had abandoned organized tactics, now flinging raw magical power at their defenses with increasing desperation. "Kill them," he shrieked. "Kill them all." The extraction reached its critical phase, the Horcrux suspended between Harry's scar and the receptacle, fighting the transfer with malevolent will. Harry's vision darkened at the edges, consciousness threatening to flee under the assault of pain and magical drain. "Stay with me, Potter," Daphne commanded, her voice anchoring him against the darkness. "Together, remember. We finish this together." Their eyes met through the haze of pain and golden light. In that moment of connection, Harry felt something beyond their magical bond, a resonance of feeling, purpose, and determined will that transcended tactical alliance or even growing affection. Whatever name one gave it, the power flowing between them had become the core of who they were together. Together, he managed through gritted teeth. With a final surge of their combined magic, they forced the Horcrux completely free. It screamed, a high, inhuman wail that echoed across the courtyard as it was dragged into the crystal receptacle. The black crystal absorbed the fragment, turning momentarily transparent to reveal the malevolent shadow trapped within before darkening to solid obsidian. "Hermione!" Daphne called. "Now!" Hermione stepped forward, her wand already moving in the complex pattern they had practiced. Anima Fragmentum Destructum. The specialized destruction spell, researched and modified specifically for this purpose, struck the receptacle with blinding white light. The crystal shattered with a sound like breaking glass, releasing not the Horcrux but a cloud of ash that dissipated in the winter air. Across the courtyard, Voldemort screamed, a raw, inhuman sound of rage and loss. He staggered, momentarily weakened by the destruction of yet another soul fragment. But the moment passed quickly, fury replacing weakness as he comprehended what had occurred. "Potter," he howled, magical energy crackling around him like lightning. "What have you done?" Harry rose shakily to his feet, supported by Daphne whose own exhaustion showed only in the slight trembling of her hands. The scar on his forehead, now a simple lightning bolt without the dark magic that had infused it for 16 years, trickled ordinary blood down his face. "Removed your hold on me," Harry answered, his voice stronger than he felt. "Just as we'll remove your hold on magical Britain." The Horcrux extraction had depleted their magical reserves significantly, but the connection between them remained strong, perhaps stronger now without the parasitic fragment interfering. Golden light still flowed between their marked arms, though dimmer than before. Voldemort raised his wand, murder in his inhuman eyes. "Then I will kill you the ordinary way, Harry Potter. No prophecies, no soul magic, just the simple death you have long deserved." Before he could cast, however, a new commotion drew attention to the castle entrance. Reinforcements had arrived, not just additional Covenant members, but representatives from groups that had maintained neutrality until now. Centaurs from the Forbidden Forest, led by Firenze. Werewolves who had rejected Greyback's brutality, with Lupin at their head. Even a contingent of goblins, their participation unprecedented in wizarding conflicts. "What is this?" Voldemort demanded, momentarily diverted by the unexpected development. "The future you failed to imagine," Daphne answered. "Magical beings united by mutual respect rather than fear or subjugation." The balance of power had shifted visibly. While Voldemort's forces still held numerical advantage, the new arrivals, combined with the Covenant's demonstrated ability to neutralize a Horcrux and resist the killing curse, created a strategic stalemate. Voldemort assessed the situation with the cold calculation that had made him so dangerous. His gaze flickered between Harry and Daphne, lingering on their connected arms and the golden light flowing between them. "This is not ended," he hissed finally. "You have won a skirmish, not the war." "But we have won this day," Harry replied steadily. "Hogwarts stands with the Covenant now. Your followers see your vulnerability. The myth of your invincibility is broken. Fury and calculation ward in Voldemort's serpentine features. Then, with a movement too swift to counter, he raised his wand toward the sky. Mors Mordra Maxima. The dark mark erupted above the castle, but not the standard skull and snake. This version pulsed with malevolent energy that spread outward in visible waves, triggering something among his marked followers. A strategic withdrawal, he announced coldly. But know this, Potter, what you have taken from me today, I will reclaim tenfold from those you protect. Death Eaters began disapparating despite Hogwarts' traditional anti-apparition wards, the enhanced dark mark somehow temporarily neutralizing the castle's protections. Others mounted brooms or activated emergency port keys, a coordinated retreat that spoke to contingency planning even Voldemort had considered necessary. Within moments, the courtyard held only the Covenant forces and their allies, watching as the last of Voldemort's followers vanished from the grounds. The dark mark continued to pulse overhead, resistant to initial attempts to dispel it. He'll regroup, Daphne said quietly. Return with a more focused strategy now that he understands our capabilities. Yes, Harry agreed. But he retreated from Hogwarts. The psychological impact alone. Around them, realization of their victory spread gradually through the gathered forces. They had done what many thought impossible, confronted Voldemort directly, destroyed a Horcrux, and forced his retreat from Hogwarts Castle. The celebration that followed was tempered by the knowledge that this represented only a single battle in an ongoing war. But as Harry and Daphne stood amid their cheering allies, the golden bond still connecting them despite magical exhaustion, they shared the unspoken understanding that something fundamental had shifted in the conflict. The Covenant had established itself not merely as a resistance movement but as a viable governing alternative, with Hogwarts as its first territorial claim, ancient magic as its power source, and a vision of magical unity as its guiding principle. As McGonagall approached to formally transfer authority of the castle, Daphne's hand found Harry's, their marked skin connecting with familiar warmth. Phase 1 complete, she murmured, the private joke carrying the weight of all they had accomplished and all that remained before them. Harry smiled, exhaustion momentarily forgotten in the triumph of the moment. On to Phase 2, then. The Ministry? She asked, already anticipating his thoughts. The Ministry, he confirmed. Voldemort holds it physically, but after today, his grip has weakened considerably. The time has come to challenge him directly for control of magical Britain. Around them, the Covenant organized the aftermath of battle, securing the grounds, treating the injured, establishing administrative control of the castle. The foundation they had built over months of careful planning had withstood its first major test. Now they would build upon it to complete the revolution they had begun when an ancient blood pact activated on Harry's 17th birthday. The shadow insurgency had emerged into the light. The third path had become the primary way forward for magical Britain. And at its center stood Harry and Daphne, bound by magic, choice, and now victory, architects of a future neither could have imagined when first reluctantly connected by golden chains beneath their skin. Chapter 3, Revolution's Dawn. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had transformed. Where student tables once stood in neat house-divided rows, a massive war table now dominated the center, enchanted maps of Britain glowing with tactical markers that updated in real time. Covenant members moved purposefully around the space, intelligence officers collating reports from field agents, logistics specialists coordinating supply lines, communication teams maintaining contact with cells across the country. 2 weeks had passed since they'd claimed Hogwarts. 2 weeks of consolidation, planning, and preparation for the inevitable next phase of conflict. The castle had become the heart of their revolution, no longer a shadow insurgency but an open challenge to Voldemort's regime. Harry stood at the window overlooking the grounds, where training sessions continued despite the snow that blanketed the landscape. New recruits arrived daily, witches and wizards inspired by their victory, magical beings long marginalized by Ministry policies, even former Ministry employees who had maintained their posts under Voldemort's rule but now sensed the shifting winds. The Dartmoor Safe House reports another 20 arrivals since yesterday, Daphne said, approaching from the war table with a stack of parchments in hand. Mostly ministry workers with families, seeking protection after the loyalty purges. Harry turned from the window, taking in her appearance with the familiarity of someone who had learned to read subtle signals. Though outwardly composed as always, the slight tension around her eyes and the ink stain on her right index finger suggested she'd been working without break since dawn. "Voldemort's getting desperate," he observed. "Punishing perceived disloyalty only drives more people to our side." "Precisely what my father predicted," Daphne agreed, setting her reports on a nearby desk. The golden marks on her arms glowed softly beneath her robes, matching his own, a constant reminder of the bond that had transformed from unwelcome magical entanglement to their greatest strength. "The Dark Lord's nature undermines his governance. Fear motivates only until a viable alternative exists. And we've proven we're viable," Harry completed the thought. "Hogwarts secure, our forces growing, his Horcruxes diminishing." The hunt for Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes had accelerated since their victory at Hogwarts. With the fragment from Harry's scar destroyed, they had confirmed the elimination of 4, the diary, the ring, the locket, recovered from Grimmauld Place and destroyed the previous week, and Harry himself. Only Hufflepuff's cup and something of Ravenclaw's remained, plus the fragment within Voldemort himself. Speaking of Horcruxes, Harry continued, "Any word from Bill's team at Gringotts?" "Initial negotiations continue," Daphne replied. "The goblins remain cautious, but interested in our proposed banking reforms. Bill believes they may grant access to the Lestrange vault within days. Their intelligence suggested Hufflepuff's cup was stored in Bellatrix's vault, information extracted from a captured Death Eater through a combination of Veritaserum and Luna's surprisingly effective psychological questioning techniques. Accessing it required goblin cooperation, as even Voldemort hadn't dared violate Gringotts directly." "And Ravenclaw's diadem?" Harry asked, though he anticipated the answer. "Still elusive," Daphne admitted. "Luna and Flitwick continue researching Ravenclaw's history, but," she broke off as the doors to the Great Hall swung open to admit Hermione, her expression a mixture of excitement and concern. "It's happening," Hermione announced without preamble. "Ministry lockdown protocols activated 20 minutes ago. All departments sealed, Auror forces mobilized, emergency session of Voldemort's puppet Wizengamot convened." Harry exchanged a quick glance with Daphne, wordlessly processing the implications. "He's consolidating control," Daphne assessed. "Preparing for our anticipated move against the Ministry. Or creating an opportunity," Harry countered, mind racing through tactical possibilities. "Mass gathering of his supporters in one location, security focused on external threats rather than internal vulnerabilities." "You think we should accelerate our timeline?" Daphne said. "Not a question. I think we need to consider it," Harry replied. "Gather the council." Within 15 minutes, the Covenant's inner leadership circle had assembled around the war table, Harry and Daphne at its head, flanked by Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, and Blaise. They had been joined in recent weeks by Kingsley Shacklebolt, who provided invaluable Auror expertise, Susan Bones, whose former position in magical law enforcement gave her unique insight into Ministry operations, and surprisingly, Percy Weasley, who had defected from the Ministry with comprehensive knowledge of administrative systems and protocols. "Our original plan targeted the Ministry 3 weeks from now," Harry began without preamble. "Voldemort's lockdown forces us to reassess." "Hermione, details." Hermione activated the enchanted map with a tap of her wand, zooming in on the Ministry's layout. "All department heads and senior officials required to attend the emergency Wizengamot session scheduled for tomorrow at noon. Security forces concentrated at known entry points. Flow network restricted to authorized personnel only." "Purpose of the session?" Kingsley asked, his deep voice carrying the authority of his Auror background. "Officially, emergency security legislation," Percy answered, adjusting his glasses. "Unofficially, our sources indicate it's a loyalty test. The Dark Lord suspects infiltration at senior levels and intends to identify defectors." "Using what method?" Daphne's question cut to the practical concern. A modified version of the taboo, Percy replied grimly. Applied within the ministry itself. Anyone who has spoken positively about the covenant or criticized the regime will be magically identified during the session. Murmurs spread around the table as the implications sank in. Such magic would expose their sympathizers within the ministry, decimating their intelligence network and endangering countless lives. Then we move now, Neville said firmly, the confidence he'd developed as their military commander evident in his stance. We can't abandon our people to this trap. Agreed, Harry said. But a frontal assault would play into Voldemort's hands. He's expecting that. So we don't give him what he expects, Daphne concluded, her mind visibly working through alternatives. We need something unprecedented, something that circumvents traditional security entirely. Luna, who had been staring dreamily at the map, spoke suddenly. The Department of Mysteries, she said. It exists partly outside conventional space. Its boundaries touch places the ministry doesn't control. Blaise looked skeptical. Even if that's true, access to the department requires going through the ministry proper. Not necessarily, Luna countered. My father interviewed an unspeakable once who claimed the department has direct connections to other sites of magical significance. Places where the veil between realities thins. Harry's eyes met Daphne's, a familiar current passing between them, the rapid exchange of ideas their bond facilitated when they were aligned on a developing plan. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry said. Daphne nodded, immediately grasping his reasoning. A founder-created magical space that exists outside normal magical architecture. If Luna's right about the Department of Mysteries. There could be a connection, Hermione finished, excitement overtaking skepticism. It's actually consistent with magical theory on non-Euclidean spaces. Magical locations of sufficient power sometimes develop doorways to each other. Can we confirm this? Kingsley asked practically. I can ask the castle, Luna said simply. The room fell silent, everyone staring at her. Ask the castle. Ron repeated carefully. Hogwarts is semi-sentient, Luna explained as though discussing the weather. Particularly to those with Ravenclaw affinity. It doesn't speak in words, but it can confirm or deny questions about its secrets if properly approached. McGonagall, who had joined the meeting silently, nodded slowly. Miss Lovegood is correct. Headmasters have long known that Hogwarts possesses a form of awareness. I've experienced it myself since taking the position. Then we pursue this possibility immediately, Harry decided. If confirmed, we develop an operation for tomorrow. A two-pronged approach, main force creating a diversion at the ministry's public entrance while a specialized team infiltrates through this potential chamber connection. Objectives? Neville asked, already thinking through tactical requirements. Primary, secure the Wizengamot chamber before the loyalty spell can be implemented, Harry outlined. Secondary, establish control of key departments and security systems. Tertiary, locate and if possible neutralize Voldemort himself. Ambitious, Kingsley noted with professional assessment rather than criticism. Necessarily so, Daphne responded. Half measures would only result in a prolonged conflict with higher casualties. If we move decisively. The planning session extended for hours, contingencies developed and assigned, resources allocated, communications established. Throughout, Harry observed the evolution their leadership had undergone, from the early days of hasty raids and reactive measures to this sophisticated operation with interlocking components and multiple fallback positions. As the meeting concluded and leaders departed to prepare their teams, Daphne remained at the war table, studying the ministry layout with characteristic thoroughness. Harry stayed beside her, the proximity allowing their magical connection to hum comfortably between them. You're concerned about something specific, he observed quietly. She glanced up, a faint smile acknowledging his accurate reading of her. In the weeks since their victory at Hogwarts and the Horcrux extraction, they had grown increasingly attuned to each other's thoughts and emotions, not mind-reading, but something more intuitive, a natural extension of their magical bond. The timing, she admitted. It's convenient, this emergency session, the opportunity it presents. You think it's a trap within a trap, Harry surmised. I think the Dark Lord is capable of sacrificing his own people to draw us out, she clarified. Creating a situation so compelling we cannot ignore it, then using our intervention against us. Harry considered this, recognizing the strategic insight that complemented his own more intuitive approach. Which is why we don't give him the confrontation he expects. Precisely. She traced a path on the map from the Chamber of Secrets to the Department of Mysteries. If Luna confirms this connection exists, we bypass his entire security framework. But even so. We need insurance, Harry finished. Something unexpected even beyond our primary plan. They looked at each other, the golden light of their bond brightening momentarily as their thoughts aligned. The bond magic, they said simultaneously. Since claiming Hogwarts, they had intensified their exploration of their unique magical connection, discovering capabilities beyond the combat applications they'd initially focused on. The ancient blood magic that bound them contained layers of potential they were only beginning to understand. We haven't tested the full range in a complex environment, Daphne cautioned, ever the pragmatist. No better time than a revolution, Harry replied with the hint of a smile. Besides, unpredictability works in our favor. Voldemort understands conventional magic, even dark magic. But this? He raised his arm where golden chains shimmered beneath his skin. This is something he's never encountered. Daphne's expression softened slightly, a vulnerability few others ever witnessed. Just maintain the connection, whatever happens, she said quietly. If we're separated during the operation, we won't be, Harry assured her, taking her hand. Their marked skin connected, sending a warm pulse of golden light between them. Together, remember? That's how we've succeeded so far. The simple touch held more meaning now than it would have months earlier, when their partnership remained primarily tactical and political. The evolution of their relationship had been gradual but undeniable, professional respect deepening to genuine care, then to something neither had fully named but both acknowledged through actions if not words. Together, Daphne agreed, allowing herself a rare moment of unguarded emotion before her practical nature reasserted itself. Now, let's find Luna and determine if this chamber connection actually exists before we plan an entire revolution around it. Harry smiled at the characteristic shift back to efficiency. Lead on, strategist. The Chamber of Secrets looked different than Harry remembered. The massive stone chamber remained imposing with its towering pillars and serpentine statues, but Covenant teams had cleared the debris and basilisk remains, installing magical lighting that dispelled the perpetual gloom. Now the ancient space served as a secure research facility, where teams studied the Founder's magic and developed applications based on Slytherin's little-understood innovations. The basilisk itself had provided invaluable potions ingredients, and its rendered parts had strengthened their healing capabilities significantly. Luna moved through the chamber with uncharacteristic focus, following some sense only she perceived. Behind her came Harry, Daphne, Hermione, and McGonagall, watching as the blonde witch traced patterns in the air with her wand, murmuring in what sounded like archaic Welsh. "The castle is responding," she announced finally, stopping before a section of wall that appeared identical to the rest. "There is a pathway, though it hasn't been opened in, quite some time. Not since the department was formally established in 1743. Can you open it?" Hermione asked, professional curiosity momentarily overriding their tactical purpose. Luna tilted her head, listening to something none of them could hear. "I can't," she said after a moment. "But they can." She pointed to Harry and Daphne. "The bond magic resonates with Founder magic. The castle recognizes it as kindred." Harry and Daphne exchanged glances. "Worth trying," Harry said with a shrug. They stood before the wall Luna had indicated, clasping their marked arms together. The familiar golden light bloomed between them, illuminating the ancient stones with warm radiance. "Focus on opening a pathway," Luna suggested dreamily. "The castle will guide the magic if you allow it." Harry closed his eyes, concentrating on the sensation of connection that flowed between him and Daphne. Over months of practice, they'd learned to modulate their shared magic with increasing precision, directing it outward for shields and offensive spells, inward for the Horcrux extraction, and in rarer moments, simply allowing it to flow naturally between them, seeking its own equilibrium. Now they attempted something new, extending their awareness into the castle itself, feeling for the hidden pathways Luna insisted existed. At first, there was nothing but stone and ancient enchantments. Then, gradually, Harry sensed something responding to their bond, a subtle shift in the magical architecture around them, as though the castle were awakening to their presence. "It's working," Daphne murmured, her magical perception aligned with his. "The foundation magic is recognizing us." The golden light flowing between them extended outward, seeping into the stone wall before them. Ancient runes appeared, illuminated from within, not carved into the surface but somehow embedded in the magical structure itself, previously invisible. "Remarkable," McGonagall whispered. "Hogwarts revealing secrets even I didn't know existed." The runes formed a complex pattern that rearranged itself continuously, like a combination lock seeking the correct sequence. Harry felt their magic being guided, channeled into specific formations by the castle's semi-sentient architecture. With a low rumble that vibrated through the chamber floor, the wall before them simply dissolved. Not opening like a door, but transitioning from solid stone to an archway filled with swirling mist, through which indistinct shapes moved in a space that couldn't possibly exist behind the chamber wall. "The Department of Mysteries," Hermione breathed, awe temporarily overwhelming her scientific detachment. "A direct connection, just as Luna suggested." Luna smiled serenely. "The castle is pleased to help the Covenant. It considers your bond a fulfillment of something long intended." Harry released Daphne's arm, though their magic continued to flow between them through the resonance technique they'd perfected. "Can we determine exactly where in the department this leads?" Daphne approached the misty archway, studying the shifting patterns within. "Based on the magical signature, I believe this connects to the Thought Chamber, the department's research area for consciousness and mind magic." "Relatively low security," McGonagall noted. "The unspeakables consider the contents themselves sufficient deterrent to unauthorized access." "And the distance from there to the Wizengamot chambers?" Harry asked practically. Hermione conjured a three-dimensional map of the Ministry, rotating it to examine possible routes. 3 levels up, approximately 400 meters of corridors. With proper distractions and timing, a small team could traverse it in under 7 minutes. "Then we have our infiltration route," Harry concluded. "The operation proceeds as planned. Primary team enters through this connection, secondary forces create diversions at conventional entry points. We'll need to keep this pathway open," Daphne noted. "Both for our entry and potential extraction if conventional exits are compromised." Luna nodded. "I can maintain it with 3 others skilled in arithmancy. The castle will help, but human anchors are required to stabilize the connection." As preparations accelerated around them, Harry felt the familiar mixture of anticipation and focus that preceded their operations, but magnified now by the stakes involved. Tomorrow they would challenge Voldemort's regime directly, attempting to seize control of magical Britain's governmental center in a single coordinated strike. "We should rest," Daphne said quietly, noting his expression. "Tomorrow requires our full strength." Harry nodded, though rest seemed unlikely given the magnitude of what they planned. Together they left the chamber, entrusting the technical preparations to the specialized teams now arriving with equipment and supplies. As they walked through the castle corridors toward their quarters in the East Wing, Daphne spoke without preamble. "If something goes wrong tomorrow, it won't," Harry interrupted automatically. She gave him a look that silenced further platitudes. "If something goes wrong," she continued firmly, "there are contingencies in place. Leadership succession, secure communications, extraction protocols. The Covenant will continue regardless of individual outcomes." Harry recognized her practical nature asserting itself, preparing for all scenarios regardless of emotional preference. It was one of the qualities he'd come to value most, even when it confronted possibilities he'd rather not consider. "I know," he acknowledged. "Hermione, Ron, Neville and Luna are prepared to lead if necessary. But Daphne," he stopped walking, turning to face her directly, "we're coming back. Both of us." She met his gaze, her blue eyes holding a complexity of emotion that few others ever witnessed. "Your certainty would be annoying if it weren't so frequently vindicated," she said finally, a hint of her dry humor breaking through the pre-mission tension. "One of my many charming qualities," he replied with a slight smile. "Along with my impeccable strategic judgment in allies." "Debatable," she retorted, though her expression softened. "But adequate, I suppose." Coming from Daphne Greengrass, this qualified as effusive praise. Harry had learned to translate her careful understatements into the feelings that motivated them, in this case, a depth of concern and commitment she expressed more readily through actions than words. They reached the corridor where their separate quarters lay, facing each other across the hallway, a practical arrangement that maintained professional appearances while allowing quick coordination. Harry hesitated, reluctant to end their conversation when tomorrow held such unknowns. Daphne seemed to share his reluctance. "Would you like to review the operation sequence once more?" she offered, a transparent pretext that nonetheless provided what they both seemed to want, more time together before tomorrow's risk. "Definitely," Harry agreed immediately. "Your quarters or mine?" "Mine has the tactical displays," she replied pragmatically, opening her door. They spent the next 2 hours ostensibly reviewing plans they both had thoroughly memorized, finding comfort in the familiar patterns of strategic discussion and contingency analysis. When exhaustion finally overcame preparation, they found themselves on Daphne's couch, tactical maps forgotten as conversation drifted to what might come after tomorrow, the governance challenges that would follow military success, the reforms they hoped to implement, the magical society they envisioned building. "I never expected any of this," Harry admitted as midnight approached. "When that owl first arrived with your message, I thought my life was complicated enough dealing with Voldemort and Dumbledore's incomplete plans. And I never imagined my carefully constructed neutrality would transform into revolutionary leadership," Daphne replied, her usual formality softened by fatigue and the privacy of the moment. "Though I must admit, Potter, you've proven a more capable partner than my initial assessment suggested." Harry laughed softly. "High praise from the Ice Queen of Slytherin." "Don't push your luck," she warned, though without heat. After a moment she added more seriously, "But it's true. What we've built together, the Covenant, its principles, its capabilities, exceeds anything I believed possible." "Because of the bond?" Harry asked. She considered this with characteristic thoroughness. "Partially," she acknowledged. "The bond provided the magical catalyst and certain tactical advantages. But the vision itself, the coalition we've assembled, the balance we've maintained between competing interests, that came from our partnership, not just the magic that connected us initially." The distinction mattered, Harry realized. The blood bond had forced them together, but everything that followed, from reluctant allies to effective leaders to whatever they were becoming personally, represented choices they had made within those constraints. "When this is over," he said carefully, "when Voldemort is defeated and the Ministry reformed, what do you want, Daphne? Beyond the political objectives, beyond the Covenant's platform. For yourself." The question seemed to catch her off guard, personal ambition having been subordinated to their cause for so long. "I haven't thought about it in those terms," she admitted. "There's been no separation between personal and political objectives in my mind. The reforms we're fighting for are what I want. But after those are achieved," Harry pressed gently, "there will be a life beyond revolution." Daphne was quiet for a long moment, considering the question with uncharacteristic uncertainty. "I suppose I want continuation," she said finally. "Not of the conflict, but of purpose. Of building something meaningful. Of this partnership that has become." She hesitated, then finished simply, "important to me." The admission, understated as it was, represented significant vulnerability from someone trained since childhood to guard her emotions carefully. Harry understood what it cost her to voice even this much. "Important to me too," he replied softly. "More than important." Their eyes met in the dim light of Daphne's quarters, something unspoken passing between them, acknowledgement of feelings that had developed gradually through shared purpose and proximate danger, through complementary strengths and growing trust. Daphne broke the moment first, practicality reasserting itself. "We should sleep," she said, rising from the couch. "Tomorrow requires optimal function." Always the strategist, Harry observed with a slight smile, standing as well. At the door, he paused, turning back to her. "Whatever happens tomorrow, Daphne, I'm grateful the bond chose us. Not just for the magic or the cause, but for this." He gestured vaguely between them, words inadequate for the complex relationship they had developed. "As am I," she replied softly. "Now go rest, Potter. We have a ministry to conquer in the morning." As Harry crossed the hallway to his own quarters, he felt the steady hum of their bond, a constant connection that had evolved from magical imposition to cherished link. Tomorrow would test everything they had built together, but whatever came, they faced it as they had faced each challenge since that first reluctant meeting, together, bound by magic that had become choice. The Department of Mysteries hummed with the ambient magic of experiments and artifacts collected over centuries. The misty archway from the Chamber of Secrets deposited Harry, Daphne, and their infiltration team into a circular room where disembodied thoughts drifted like glowing jellyfish through the air, the thought chamber, exactly as Daphne had predicted. "Remarkable," Hermione whispered, momentarily distracted by the floating consciousness fragments before Ron gently steered her toward their objective. "Stay focused," Harry reminded everyone quietly. "Luna's team maintains the passage for exactly 47 minutes before the castle's energy depletes. We move according to schedule." Their team comprised 12 members, the core leadership surrounded by their most combat-proven fighters. Each carried specialized equipment for their assigned roles. Hermione and Percy would secure the Ministry's administrative systems, Neville and Ron would lead the Wizengamot chamber breach, Blaise and Susan would access the communication network, while Harry and Daphne would coordinate the overall operation and confront Voldemort if necessary. They moved through the department with practiced stealth, disillusionment charms masking their presence from the few unspeakables working despite the Ministry lockdown. Years of DA training followed by months of Covenant operations had transformed them from students into disciplined fighters capable of moving silently through enemy territory. Approaching transition point, Kingsley murmured as they reached the department's main entrance. Beyond lay the Ministry proper, corridors that would be patrolled by security forces expecting conventional infiltration from above, not emergence from the department's depths. Daphne checked her enchanted watch. Diversion teams activate in 30 seconds. Prepare for transition. Harry felt the familiar pre-mission focus settle over him, awareness sharpened, senses heightened, magical core humming with potential. Beside him, Daphne radiated similar readiness, her posture perfectly balanced, wand held in practiced fingers. A distant rumble vibrated through the floor beneath them, the first diversion activating in the Ministry's atrium. Right on schedule, Fred and George Weasley's specialized creations would be creating magnificent chaos 8 floors above, drawing security forces away from their true objective. "Now," Harry said quietly. They moved through the department doors into the main Ministry corridors, immediately encountering exactly what they'd anticipated, emptier than normal passages as security responded to the disturbance above. The few officials they encountered were swiftly stunned and secured with conjured restraints before they could raise alarm. Hermione and Percy separated first, heading toward the administrative level to access control systems. Blaise and Susan peeled off next, moving toward communications. The remaining team continued toward their primary objective, the Wizengamot chambers where Voldemort's puppet government would be gathering for the loyalty test session. 2 minutes until the session begins, Daphne noted as they descended the final staircase. Security configuration. Neville, who monitored their tactical communications, replied instantly. Standard exterior formation, reinforced at main doors. Interior presumably cleared for the session. Which means we're walking into a room of hostiles, Ron concluded grimly. Not all hostiles, Kingsley corrected. Many Wisengamot members attend under coercion. Some are active Covenant sympathizers awaiting opportunity. Sympathizers will be exposed by the loyalty spell if we don't intervene in time, Harry reminded them. We stick to the plan. Neutralize exterior security, breach the chamber, prevent the spell implementation, secure the session. They reached the corridor leading to the Wisengamot chambers, pressing against the wall as a patrol of black-robed security wizards passed the intersecting hallway. Once clear, they advanced to a position with visual access to the main doors, where 8 guards stood at attention, monitoring arriving officials. More than expected, Daphne observed quietly. The diversion should have drawn some away. Means they anticipated multiple infiltration attempts, Harry assessed. Good. They're looking for conventional threats. He turned to the team, giving final instructions with hand signals honed through months of operations. Then he nodded to Daphne, who withdrew from her robes a small silver device developed by their research team, a modified Peruvian instant darkness powder combined with a targeted stunning spell that would affect only those not wearing specially enchanted contact lenses. Ready? He asked, receiving confirming nods from the team, all of whom wore the protective lenses. 3, 2, 1, Daphne activated the device, rolling it toward the guards with precision. The effect was immediate and impressive. Absolute darkness engulfed the corridor while 8 simultaneous thuds indicated the guards collapsing. The team moved forward confidently, their enhanced vision allowing them to navigate while others would be completely blind. Harry reached the ornate doors first, pressing his hand against the carved wood to sense the magical protections beyond. Standard anti-intrusion wards, keyed to dark marks for bypass, he reported. Kingsley. The former Auror stepped forward, applying a counter-ward device to the doorframe. Ministry security always has back doors, he explained as the device pulsed with blue light. For Auror emergency access. They changed the codes, but the fundamental architecture remains the same. The wards shimmered briefly, then disengaged with a soft click. Harry and Daphne positioned themselves at the center, with the combat team flanking them in practiced formation. Remember, Harry said quietly. Minimal force against coerced participants. Lethal response authorized only against marked Death Eaters who escalate to unforgivables. Daphne met his eyes, the golden connection between them humming with shared purpose and power. Together. Together, he confirmed. Now. The doors swung open with dramatic effect, revealing the Wisengamot in full session, nearly 100 witches and wizards in formal robes seated in tiered rows, with a central podium where Pious Thickness, the Imperious Minister, stood addressing the assembly. Death Eaters positioned strategically throughout the room turned in surprise at the interruption. What is the meaning of, Thickness began, before registering who stood in the doorway. Potter. Guards. But no guards responded, neutralized by their initial assault. Instead, the Covenant team spread into the chamber with practiced precision, wands raised as Harry and Daphne walked calmly to the center of the floor. Members of the Wisengamot, Harry announced, his voice carrying without magical enhancement, a skill developed through months of addressing increasingly large Covenant gatherings. This session has been cancelled. Chaos erupted as Death Eaters moved to attack while confused Wisengamot members sought cover. Spells flashed across the chamber, met with precise countermagic from the Covenant team, who had positioned themselves to control key sight lines and access points. In the center of the storm, Harry and Daphne stood back to back, golden light flowing visibly between them as they maintained their connection through proximity rather than direct contact, allowing both hands free for spell work. The loyalty test apparatus, Daphne said urgently. There, northern podium. Harry followed her gaze to an ornate device positioned near the chief warlock's seat, a silver instrument emitting faint purple mist that resembled the taboo detection magic they'd encountered previously. Cover me, he said, already moving toward it. Daphne responded instantly, her wand ablur as she cast shields and precisely targeted offensive spells, creating a protected corridor through which Harry advanced. Years of Quidditch combined with months of combat operations made him a difficult target, dodging, rolling, and countering curses as he fought his way to the device. Around them, the battle unfolded with controlled intensity. Ron and Neville led teams securing the chamber exits, preventing both escape and reinforcement. Kingsley engaged 2 senior Death Eaters simultaneously, his aura training evident in his fluid dueling style. Harry Potter, a silken voice cut through the chaos, chilling in its artificial calm. How predictable you remain. Harry turned to find Dolohov approaching, his wand leveled directly at Daphne's back while she dealt with attackers from another direction. Without hesitation, Harry abandoned his advance toward the device, casting a shield between Dolohov and Daphne that flared golden on impact with the Death Eater's curse. Still playing protector, Dolohov taunted, casting again with vicious precision. Always your weakness. Always my strength, Harry corrected, deflecting the attack while maintaining awareness of Daphne's position through their bond. Though physically separated across the chamber floor, their magic remained connected, allowing a level of coordination that confused their opponents. As Harry engaged Dolohov in increasingly complex magical combat, he sensed rather than saw Daphne completing what he'd started, advancing on the loyalty test device while maintaining her defensive position. They had practiced this maneuver extensively, seamlessly transferring objectives between them when circumstances required adaptation. The Dark Lord predicted your interference, Dolohov snarled, frustration evident as his attacks failed to penetrate Harry's defenses. Prepared specially for your arrival. A chill ran through Harry at these words, confirmation of Daphne's suspicion that Voldemort had anticipated their move and prepared accordingly. Where is he, then? Harry demanded, pressing his own attack to keep Dolohov defensive. Hiding while his followers take the risks. Fury flashed across the Death Eater's face. He comes, he spat. Even now, a massive explosion rocked the chamber, blasting open the ceremonial doors at the rear of the Wizengamot where traditionally only the minister and chief warlock entered. Through the smoke and debris stepped a tall, skeletal figure whose presence immediately chilled the air. Lord Voldemort had indeed arrived, flanked by Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy. Potter, he hissed, red eyes scanning the chamber before fixing on Harry with malevolent focus. Always interfering where you don't belong. The fighting paused momentarily, combatants instinctively separating as the Dark Lord's magic radiated through the room, oppressive, suffocating power that seemed to dim the very lighting. Harry felt Daphne's magic pulse through their bond, an alert, a warning, information shared without words. She had reached the loyalty device but needed time to neutralize it. Time he would provide. I could say the same, Harry replied, stepping forward to ensure attention centered on him rather than his teammates continuing their assigned tasks. This government belongs to the magical people of Britain, not a half-blood playing at lordship. Fury contorted Voldemort's serpentine features at the public blood status reference. You dare, he snarled. After I offered mercy at Hogwarts, you returned to spread your insolence. After you retreated from Hogwarts, Harry corrected deliberately, maintaining the narrative they'd established through Covenant communications. After we destroyed another piece of your soul. This direct reference to Horcruxes before the assembled Wizengamot achieved its intended effect. Murmurs spread through the chamber as members processed information most had never been privy to, hints of dark magic beyond even what rumor attributed to the Dark Lord. Voldemort's rage manifested physically, magic crackling around him like lightning as temperature plummeted further. Enough talk, he hissed. You have interfered for the last time, Harry Potter. Today you die, along with your precious covenant. He raised his wand with blinding speed, but Harry was already moving, not retreating but advancing directly toward the Dark Lord, golden light blazing around him as Daphne channeled their combined magic through their bond despite their physical separation. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort cast, the killing curse speeding toward Harry with vicious intensity. But instead of attempting to dodge or block the unblockable, Harry did something completely unexpected. He raised his hand, not his wand, palm forward to meet the curse. The golden light of the bond flared brilliantly, coalescing around his hand in intricate patterns that matched the marks on his skin. When the killing curse struck, it did not pass through or diminish the golden light. Instead, it seemed to be absorbed, the green energy dispersing into the complex lattice of the bond's magic with a sound like distant thunder. Absolute silence fell across the chamber as witnesses processed the seemingly impossible. Harry Potter had caught the killing curse like a physical object and neutralized it through previously unknown magic. Even Voldemort appeared momentarily stunned, his composed facade cracking to reveal genuine confusion and the first hints of fear. "What is this magic?" he demanded, raising his wand again. "Blood magic," Harry replied steadily, continuing his advance. "Ancient protection based on willing sacrifice and shared power. Something you've never understood, Tom." Across the chamber, Daphne had completed her task, the loyalty device now disabled and converted to their purposes. She moved to flank Voldemort from the opposite side, their bond strengthening as physical distance decreased. "It won't save you," Voldemort snarled, abandoning single curses for a barrage of dark magic, blasting curses, cutting hexes, and conjured flames that transformed into serpents mid-air. Harry and Daphne responded in perfect synchronization, their wands moving in complementary patterns as golden shields manifested around them both. Where spells penetrated, they were deflected rather than blocked directly, efficiency of movement conserving magical energy while maintaining effective defense. Around them, the battle had resumed, Covenant forces pressing their advantage against increasingly disorganized Death Eaters, many of whom had been counting on Voldemort's arrival to secure victory rather than developing tactical discipline of their own. "The perimeter is secured," Ron's voice came through their communication charm. "Hermione reports Ministry systems under our control. Anti-apparition wards engaged on our frequency." This meant the Death Eaters' escape routes were cut off, while Covenant members could still apparate within the building if necessary. The tactical advantage shifted further in their favor. "You cannot win this, Tom," Harry called, using the birth name that so enraged Voldemort. "Your forces are contained, your government collapsing, your Horcruxes nearly gone. Surrender now and face magical justice." "Never." Voldemort howled, abandoning tactical restraint for raw power. Dark magic erupted from his wand in waves of destructive force that crashed against their golden shields. Harry felt the drain immediately, even their combined power struggled to contain such concentrated malevolence. Across the chamber, Daphne's face showed similar strain, though her casting never faltered. "We need to end this quickly," she communicated through their bond-enhanced connection. "Direct confrontation depletes our reserves too rapidly." Harry agreed, mind racing through alternatives as they continued defending against Voldemort's assault. Then inspiration struck, not a combat technique but something they had discovered during their research into the bond's capabilities. "Magical resonance," he sent back. "Like with the chamber pathway." Understanding flashed across Daphne's face. They had learned that certain magical frequencies could be amplified through their bond, not just their own magic but ambient magical energies around them. The castle had responded to this resonance, perhaps the Ministry's own magic could be similarly engaged. They began adjusting their defensive pattern, not just blocking Voldemort's attacks but redirecting them in specific configurations around the chamber. Golden light flowed from their wands in increasingly complex patterns that seemed decorative but actually served to establish a magical framework throughout the space. Voldemort, focused solely on overwhelming their defenses, failed to recognize the true purpose of their movements until it was too late. The Ministry itself, a building saturated with centuries of magical law and governance, began to respond to their carefully established resonance pattern. The floor beneath Voldemort's feet trembled, then buckled as magical energy surged through the ancient stone. The ceiling above rippled as if suddenly liquid, magical illumination intensifying to painful brightness directly over the Dark Lord. "What is this?" he demanded, genuine alarm replacing confidence as he felt control of the environment slipping away. "What are you doing?" "Awakening the Ministry," Daphne answered calmly. "The magic of governance responding to legitimate authority against tyrannical usurpation." This was partially true, they were indeed activating latent magic within the Ministry itself. But the complete explanation involved complex magical theory even Hermione had struggled to fully articulate. Their bond somehow allowed them to harmonize with magical structures, establishing resonance patterns that amplified certain energies while dampening others. The effect continued to build as they maintained their focus, stone and wood and metal throughout the chamber responding to their magical direction. Members of the Wisindamat who had been cowering in their seats found themselves protected by their very chairs, ancient enchantments activating to shield legitimate government officials from harm. Death Eaters, conversely, found the environment increasingly hostile, floors becoming sticky beneath their feet, air thickening around their wands, magical resistance increasing with each spell they attempted. Voldemort, recognizing his rapidly deteriorating position, abandoned complex magic for brute force. With a howl of rage, he directed a massive blast of pure magical energy directly at Harry, not a specific curse but raw power intended to overwhelm any defense through sheer magnitude. Harry and Daphne moved simultaneously, their marked arms connecting as they stood side by side to meet the attack. The golden light of their bond flared brilliantly around them, forming not a shield but a lens-like structure that caught Voldemort's magic and redirected it. The redirected energy shot upward, striking the enchanted ceiling where it dispersed into the Ministry's magical infrastructure, powering rather than damaging the building's ancient enchantments. The chamber responded immediately, magical restraints erupting from the floor around Voldemort and his remaining lieutenants. "No!" the Dark Lord screamed, slashing at the restraints with his wand. "I cannot be contained by mere architecture." "Not architecture," Harry corrected, maintaining the bond's focus with Daphne. "Magical law incarnate. The physical manifestation of magical Britain's legal foundation." It was working. The restraints continued to form despite Voldemort's desperate countermagic. Around the chamber, similar bindings secured remaining Death Eaters as Covenant forces established complete control of the session. Voldemort, however, remained too powerful for even the Ministry's ancient magic to fully contain. With a final surge of dark energy that seemed to draw from his very essence, he shattered the restraints forming around him and raised his wand toward Harry and Daphne with murderous intent. "If I fall, you fall with me," he snarled, beginning a complex casting motion Harry didn't recognize but instantly understood was tremendously dangerous. Before the spell could complete, however, a silver blur streaked across the chamber, Neville Longbottom, moving with unexpected speed, swinging what appeared to be an ordinary sword. The blade flashed as it connected with Voldemort's wand arm, severing hand from wrist in a single clean stroke. The Dark Lord's scream echoed through the chamber as his severed hand and wand fell to the floor. But Neville wasn't finished. Pivoting smoothly, he brought the sword around again in a controlled arc that caught the staggering Voldemort across the chest, opening a deep wound that leaked not red blood but a strange black ichor. "That was for my parents," Neville said quietly, standing over the fallen Dark Lord with the sword, which Harry now recognized as the sword of Gryffindor, held steady in his grip. Voldemort lay sprawled on the chamber floor, wandless and wounded, yet still radiating dangerous magic. His red eyes fixed on Harry with undiminished hatred. "This changes nothing," he hissed through pain. "I cannot die, Potter. You know this." "We know about the Horcruxes, Tom," Harry replied steadily, approaching with Daphne beside him, their bond magic maintaining a protective field around them. "The diary destroyed years ago. The ring Dumbledore found. The locket we eliminated last month. The fragment in my scar, gone." Fear flickered across Voldemort's serpentine features. "You lie." "We don't," Daphne said coolly. "And as we speak, Covenant teams access Bellatrix's vault at Gringotts, where Hufflepuff's cup awaits destruction. And we've located Ravenclaw's diadem," Harry added, this part not strictly true but a calculated bluff. "Soon nothing will anchor your mutilated soul to this world." Desperation replaced arrogance in Voldemort's expression, the look of a creature who had believed itself immortal suddenly confronting its mortality. "What now, Potter?" he demanded, clutching his severed wrist with his remaining hand. "Will you kill me? Become a murderer before your adoring public?" "No," Harry replied simply. "You'll face magical justice for your crimes." A public trial where all your actions are exposed, not the mysterious Dark Lord of propaganda, but Tom Riddle, the half-blood orphan who caused so much suffering to compensate for his own inadequacies. This, Harry knew, represented a fate worse than death to someone so obsessed with mythologizing himself. Voldemort's entire identity depended on the fearsome persona he had constructed. Being exposed, humanized, and judged by magical law would destroy that identity as thoroughly as any killing curse. "I'll escape," Voldemort threatened, though his voice lacked conviction. "No prison can hold me." "You won't be going to prison," Daphne informed him with clinical detachment. "The Covenant has developed specialized containment for those whose magic has been irreparably corrupted by dark arts. A humane but permanent solution." Around them, the chamber had quieted as Covenant forces secured the last resistance. Wizengamot members watched in stunned silence as history unfolded before them, the Dark Lord defeated not through some spectacular magical duel, but through coordinated strategy, unexpected allies, and ancient magic few had believed still existed. Harry turned to address the assembled body, maintaining proximity to Daphne and their protective bond magic. "Members of the Wizengamot," he began formally. "The illegal regime that has controlled our government through fear and coercion is hereby removed. The Covenant assumes temporary stewardship of magical Britain's governance until free elections can be established." Murmurs spread through the chamber, not protest but cautious relief as members recognized they had been liberated rather than conquered. Many had served under duress, their families held hostage to ensure compliance. "Those who collaborated willingly with Voldemort's regime will face fair magical trial," Daphne continued, her clear voice carrying the authority of her political heritage combined with the moral weight of the Covenant's principles. "Those coerced will be granted amnesty provided they support the transition to legitimate governance." "And what constitutes legitimate governance, in your view?" challenged an elderly wizard in formal purple robes. "The dictatorship of your Covenant replacing one tyrant with another?" "Temporary administration leading to democratic reform," Harry answered without hesitation. "The Covenant holds no ambition for permanent rule. Our aim has always been the establishment of a magical government that balances tradition with progress, security with liberty, pure-blood heritage with Muggle-born innovation. Specific reforms will be implemented in phases," Daphne elaborated. "Beginning with the separation of judiciary functions from legislative authority, creation of representative councils for magical beings currently excluded from governance, and transparent procedures for ministerial appointment." Their detailed response, clearly articulating concrete reforms rather than vague revolutionary rhetoric, seemed to surprise many members accustomed to political platitudes. Some nodded with cautious approval, while others maintained skeptical reserve. As the initial shock subsided, practical matters of transition dominated. Kingsley organized secure detention of captured Death Eaters, with Voldemort himself placed under specialized magical restraints developed specifically for his unique capabilities. Percy Weasley, surprisingly effective in administrative leadership, began organizing the Wizengamot members into transitional committees to maintain essential government functions. Harry watched it unfold with a mixture of exhaustion and satisfaction. The plan had succeeded beyond their most optimistic projections: ministry secured, Voldemort captured, governance transition initiated, all with minimal casualties on either side. "We did it," he said quietly to Daphne, who stood beside him coordinating communication with Covenant teams throughout the ministry. She glanced up from her enchanted parchment, allowing a brief smile that few others would notice but that Harry had learned to recognize as genuine pleasure. "Phase 1, she qualified characteristically. "Securing the ministry was always the beginning, not the end. Always the strategist," he said with affectionate exasperation. "Can we acknowledge the victory for at least a moment before planning the next campaign?" 20 seconds of satisfaction permitted, she replied dryly, though her eyes conveyed more emotion than her words. "Then we address the press gathered in the atrium, secure the remaining departments, establish transition protocols, and begin Horcrux verification." Despite her practical focus, Harry sensed the depth of feeling behind her composed exterior, the same mixture of relief, accomplishment, and cautious hope that flowed through their bond. They had risked everything on this operation, not just tactically but ideologically, putting the Covenant's principles to their first real governance test. 20 seconds it is, he agreed, taking her marked hand in his. The golden light bloomed between them, warm and steady, not the combat-ready surge of their operation but something calmer, a shared acknowledgement of what they had achieved together. For a brief moment amid the controlled chaos of revolutionary transition, they simply stood connected, leadership responsibilities temporarily set aside. Then, with synchronization born of months working as partners, they simultaneously straightened, released hands, and turned toward the next tasks awaiting them. The revolution had succeeded. The work of building what came after was just beginning. The weeks following the Ministry's liberation unfolded in a whirlwind of activity. Covenant governance expanded from Hogwarts to encompass all major magical institutions in Britain, implementing reforms with efficiency that surprised even skeptical observers. Voldemort's remaining power base collapsed rapidly once his capture became public knowledge, most followers choosing surrender over futile resistance. Most significantly, the final Horcruxes were located and destroyed, Hufflepuff's cup recovered from Gringotts through diplomatic negotiation rather than the break-in they had initially planned, and Ravenclaw's diadem discovered hidden within Hogwarts itself, in the room of requirement where Harry had unknowingly passed it many times. With all soul anchors eliminated, Voldemort became mortal once more, still magically powerful, but no longer immortal. He remained in specialized containment, awaiting a public trial that would expose the full extent of his crimes while demonstrating the Covenant's commitment to magical justice rather than revolutionary retribution. 1 month after the Ministry operation, Harry stood on the balcony of the ministerial residence, now converted to Covenant headquarters, watching magical London rebuild below. Construction crews worked to repair damage from the final days of conflict, shop owners reopened businesses closed during the occupation, and citizens moved through streets without the fear that had characterized recent years. Progress report from the Educational Reform Committee, Daphne said, joining him with a stack of parchments. Though they both looked tired, governance proving more demanding than revolution in many ways, her composure remained intact, her efficiency undiminished by the relentless pace of transition. "Let me guess," Harry said, taking the top document. Unanimous agreement on eliminating house-based educational segregation, deadlock on how to implement integration while respecting traditions. Daphne's raised eyebrow acknowledged his accurate assessment. "Your political instincts have improved considerably, Potter." "I had an excellent teacher," he replied with a slight smile. "One who demonstrates daily that tradition and progress aren't necessarily opposed." This represented the central tension of their governance transition, balancing respect for valuable magical traditions with necessary reforms to eliminate the inequities and weaknesses that had allowed Voldemort's rise in the first place. The Covenant's Leadership Council, intentionally comprising representatives from all magical backgrounds, spent hours daily navigating these complex waters. "The werewolf rights legislation passed this morning," Daphne reported, moving to the next item in her stack. "Full employment protection, standardized wolfsbane distribution, and integrated community housing options, all with reasonable security protocols that satisfied the traditionalist bloc." "Lupin must be pleased," Harry noted, remembering how their former professor had effectively organized the werewolf community into a powerful Covenant constituency. "Cautiously optimistic," Daphne corrected. "He understands implementation matters as much as legislation." "Speaking of which." She handed him another document. "The election framework requires final approval. First free magical elections in British history, scheduled for 6 months from now." Harry scanned the document, noting the careful balance of proportional representation, magical being inclusion, and traditional structures preserved where they remained valuable. The Covenant had promised from its beginning that it would serve as transitional leadership only, creating systems for democratic magical governance before stepping aside. "It's a good framework," he acknowledged. "Though I'm still concerned about how we transition power smoothly. Revolutionary movements often struggle with becoming ordinary political participants. Which is why we're establishing clear institutional boundaries now," Daphne replied. "The Covenant remains a political movement advancing its platform through legitimate channels, while governance functions transfer to properly elected officials." Harry studied her as she elaborated on transition protocols, her precise gestures emphasizing key points, blue eyes intense with focus, golden marks visible beneath her formal robes. In these months of frantic activity, he'd watched her evolve from brilliant tactician to genuine stateswoman, earning respect even from those initially skeptical of her youth and Slytherin background. "What?" she asked, noticing his attention. "Just appreciating how far we've come," he said honestly. "From reluctant betrothed to revolutionary leaders to, whatever we're becoming next." Something softened in her expression, a private vulnerability she allowed only in his presence. "The bond has taken us places neither could have anticipated." "Not just the bond," Harry countered gently. "Our choices within it. What we built together." Daphne acknowledged this with a slight nod. "True. Though speaking of the bond." She hesitated, uncharacteristically uncertain. "There's something we should discuss. The magical requirements." Harry understood immediately. Though the acknowledgement ceremony had temporarily stabilized the bond, its magic ultimately required formal completion through marriage. The revolutionary urgency had provided legitimate reason to delay, but with Voldemort contained and governance stabilizing, that justification weakened. "I've been thinking about that too," he admitted. "The marks haven't spread further, but the magical pressure has increased recently." "You felt it?" "Yes," she confirmed. "Particularly during complex magical work. The bond reminds us of its requirements." They stood in momentary silence, both recognizing the complexity of their situation. What had begun as magical obligation had evolved into genuine partnership, and more recently, into something deeper neither had fully articulated amid the constant demands of leadership. "We have options," Daphne continued pragmatically. "A simple magical ceremony would satisfy the bond's requirements without public or political implications. We could maintain our current professional relationship while technically fulfilling the magical obligation." Harry studied her carefully, noting the subtle tension in her posture that belied her matter-of-fact presentation. "Is that what you want?" he asked directly. "A technical fulfillment of magical requirements?" Daphne met his gaze, her careful composure momentarily transparent to someone who had come to know her so well. "What I want and what serves our cause most effectively may differ," she replied diplomatically. "That's not an answer," Harry pressed gently. "For once, set aside strategy and politics. What do you want, Daphne?" The directness of the question, and perhaps the accumulated weight of months maintaining public composure through extraordinary circumstances, finally broke through her practiced reserve. She turned toward the balcony's edge, gathering herself before responding. "What I want," she said finally, her voice softer than usual, "is continuation. Not just of our political partnership or magical connection, but this. Us. Whatever we've become to each other beyond obligation or strategy." The admission, understated as it was, represented significant vulnerability from someone raised to guard her emotions carefully. Harry understood what it cost her to voice even this much. "I want that too," he said simply, moving to stand beside her at the balcony rail. "Not because of the bond or political advantage, but because somewhere between that first meeting in Godric's Hollow and now, you became essential to me. Not just as a partner in revolution, but as Daphne." She turned to him, vulnerability and hope visible beneath her composed exterior. "That is not a very articulate declaration, Potter," she observed, though the warmth in her eyes belied the critique. "I could try again with more Slytherin precision," he offered with a smile. "Or perhaps demonstrate instead." Before she could respond with her customary verbal parry, Harry closed the distance between them, one hand gently touching her cheek as he kissed her with all the feeling that had developed through months of partnership, danger, triumph, and growing trust. The golden marks on their skin flared brilliantly at the contact, magic responding to emotion in ways they were still discovering. When they finally separated, the bond hummed between them with renewed vigor, as though approving this acknowledgement of feelings that had evolved beyond its original purpose. "Well," Daphne said, slightly breathless though her composure was rapidly returning. That was more eloquent than your verbal efforts. I thought so, Harry agreed, not moving away. And it answers the question of what I want regarding the bond requirements. Not a technical fulfillment, but a real one. Marriage not just in magic but in meaning. Daphne studied him with characteristic thoroughness before responding. Your proposal lacks traditional formality, she noted, though the hint of a smile softened the observation. Would you prefer I follow pure-blood protocols? Harry asked. Formal negotiation with your father, contractual terms, dowry discussions. Merlin, no, she replied with unexpected vehemence. We've spent months dismantling exactly that kind of antiquated system. Then perhaps something between magical necessity and societal convention, he suggested. A choice we make for ourselves, acknowledging both the bond that connected us and the partnership we built within it. Daphne's expression softened further, the private face few others ever witnessed. A third path, as always, she said. Neither traditional obligation nor complete rejection of heritage. Balance. Exactly, Harry confirmed, taking her marked hand in his. The golden light bloomed between them, warm and steady. So, Daphne Greengrass, strategist extraordinaire and revolutionary leader, will you marry me? Not because ancient magic requires it, but because we've built something worth continuing beyond revolution. She regarded him with that precise, analytical gaze that had first intimidated and now endeared her to him, weighing options, considering implications, assessing with characteristic thoroughness. Then, with decisive clarity that defined her leadership style, she reached her conclusion. Yes, she said simply. Though I maintain we should keep the ceremony politically strategic, limited guests, symbolically significant timing, proper messaging to support the transition framework. Harry laughed softly, unsurprised that even in acceptance she remained pragmatic. Of course, he agreed. I wouldn't expect anything less from the architect of magical Britain's political revolution. Her expression softened further, a genuine smile transforming her features. But the decision itself, that's personal, not political. Just to be clear. Perfectly clear, he assured her, drawing her closer as the golden light of their bond brightened around them. Together, then. Whatever comes next. Together, she confirmed. By choice, not just magic. As they sealed this new agreement with another kiss, the golden patterns beneath their skin pulsed with approval, ancient blood magic satisfied not merely by technical fulfillment but by the genuine bond that had developed between them. What had begun as unwelcome magical obligation had transformed through shared purpose, complementary strengths, and growing trust into something neither could have anticipated when first reluctantly connected months earlier. Their revolutionary work would continue, reforms implemented, systems established, power eventually transferred to democratic institutions. But this personal commitment represented something equally significant, the foundation for whatever they would build together after revolution's completion. 3 months later the Great Hall of Hogwarts had been transformed once again, this time from revolutionary headquarters to celebration space. Floating candles illuminated elegant decorations that blended traditional wizarding elements with innovative magical displays. Where the head table normally stood, an archway of intertwined magical plants flowered continuously, Neville's contribution representing magical life's constant renewal. Guests filled the hall, Covenant members who had fought alongside them, political allies from various factions, international representatives impressed by Britain's peaceful transition, and personal friends who had supported them through extraordinary times. Notably absent were press and publicity seekers. This ceremony remained private despite its participants' public roles. Harry stood beneath the archway in formal robes of deep green with golden accents, Potter colors he now wore with understanding of their heritage rather than mere obligation. Beside him, Ron adjusted his own formal robes with uncharacteristic attention to detail. "Still can't believe the Ice Queen agreed to marry you," Ron muttered, though without malice. Over months of working together in the Covenant, he had developed grudging respect for Daphne's tactical brilliance and unwavering principles, if not quite friendship. "Still can't believe Hermione agreed to marry you," Harry countered with a grin. Ron's ears reddened, though he smiled at the reference to his own recent engagement. Fair point. Seems revolution makes for strange matchmaking. Before Harry could respond, the enchanted ceiling stars aligned in a specific pattern, the signal that the bride was ready. Conversation throughout the hall quieted as guests took their seats, anticipation filling the space. Music began, not traditional wedding marches but something composed specifically for the occasion, blending magical traditions from various cultures into harmonious innovation. The great doors opened, and Daphne appeared, escorted by her father whose neutrality had evolved to cautious support of the Covenant's balanced approach. Harry's breath caught at the sight of her. She wore robes of midnight blue rather than traditional white, enchanted with subtle constellations that shifted as she moved, a nod to her family's celestial naming traditions. Her blonde hair was styled simply but elegantly, and the golden marks on her arms were deliberately visible, matching cuffs on her formal robes designed to showcase rather than conceal the bond that had connected them. As she walked toward him, Harry felt the familiar hum of their magic responding to proximity, the bond strengthening as physical distance decreased, golden light visible beneath both their skin. Around them, the hall's ambient magic seemed to resonate in response, magical plants blooming more vibrantly, enchanted candles burning brighter. When she reached him beneath the archway, Cyrus Greengrass performed the formal transition with dignity before taking his seat beside his wife and younger daughter. Daphne stood facing Harry, her blue eyes meeting his with characteristic directness despite the ceremonial setting. McGonagall stepped forward to officiate, a choice reflecting both Hogwarts' significance in their journey and the respect they held for their former professor who had supported the Covenant from its earliest days. "We gather today," she began, her Scottish accent lending gravity to the ancient words, "to witness the union of two magical traditions, two remarkable individuals, and two complementary forces that together have changed our world." The ceremony blended elements traditional and innovative, acknowledging magical heritage while incorporating reforms they themselves had championed. When the time came for personal vows, they had chosen to speak directly rather than through formulaic recitation. "Daphne," Harry began, his voice steady despite the hall's attention. "When we first met in that cemetery, bound by magic neither of us chose, I saw only obligation and complication. I could never have imagined how that reluctant beginning would transform into the most significant partnership of my life." He took her marked hand in his, the golden light flowing freely between them. "You've been my strategist when I needed planning, my critic when I needed perspective, my strength when I faltered, and my balance in all things. I pledge today not just to fulfill the magic that connected us, but to continue building together whatever comes next, revolution, reconstruction, and beyond. My magic with yours, my future with yours, by choice rather than obligation." Something softened in Daphne's expression, that private vulnerability she allowed only in his presence, though now witnessed by their closest circle. When she spoke, her voice carried its usual clarity but with an emotional depth many present had never heard from the typically composed leader. "Harry," she began, using his first name publicly, itself a statement to those who knew her formal habits. "I approached our bond as a tactical challenge to be managed, a magical obligation to be fulfilled efficiently. I expected partnership at most, not transformation." The golden light between their connected hands brightened as she continued. "You've challenged my assumptions, expanded my vision, and demonstrated that strength comes in forms I hadn't valued. I pledge today to continue our unlikely alliance, to build rather than merely strategize, to balance tradition with innovation, to face whatever comes next not as political necessity but as chosen partnership. My magic with yours, my future with yours, by decision rather than circumstance." As they completed their vows, McGonagall directed them to take the ceremonial goblets, similar to those used in their acknowledgement ceremony months earlier, but now filled with clear liquid rather than blood. "Through shared magic you were connected," McGonagall intoned. "Through shared purpose you were strengthened. Through shared choice you are now united." They drank simultaneously, and the effect was immediate and breathtaking. The golden patterns that had decorated their arms from wrist to shoulder flared brilliantly, spreading visibly across their bodies until they were momentarily illuminated entirely in golden light. The magic surged between them, no longer separate patterns connecting but a single cohesive design flowing through both as though they formed one magical entity with two physical expressions. Throughout the hall, guests gasped at the display. Even those familiar with their bond's unique magic had never witnessed such complete manifestation. The plants adorning the archway above them burst into spectacular bloom, responding to the magical surge. When the golden light finally settled, the patterns beneath their skin had transformed, still visible but now identical on both of them, a perfect harmonization of what had previously been complementary but distinct designs. "The bond is fulfilled," McGonagall announced with rare emotion coloring her typically stern voice. "What ancient magic began, personal choice has completed." As tradition dictated, Harry leaned forward to kiss his bride, their magic humming in perfect resonance between them. When they turned to face the assembled guests, hands still joined with golden light flowing visibly between them, applause erupted throughout the hall, celebration not just of personal union but of the symbolic completion of the journey they had led from reluctant alliance to revolutionary partnership to chosen future. The celebration that followed reflected the world they had helped create. House elves served as honored participants rather than invisible servants, centaur representatives conversed with ministry officials as equals, music blended magical traditions from diverse cultures, and former adversaries found common ground in shared vision for magical Britain's future. Harry and Daphne moved through the gathering, accepting congratulations and maintaining the political connections necessary for continued transition, but eventually found a quiet moment near the enchanted windows overlooking Hogwarts grounds. "Satisfied with the strategic messaging of our union, Mrs. Potter Greengrass?" Harry asked with a smile, using the combined name they had chosen to symbolize their balanced approach. "Adequate," she replied with characteristic understatement, though her eyes conveyed more. The golden light display was perhaps excessive, but made the intended impression. "I don't think we controlled that part," Harry noted. "The bond had its own opinions about our union." "Indeed," she agreed. "Ancient magic contains more variables than we've fully catalogued. Something to research once governance transition completes." Even on their wedding day, her mind remained partially engaged with their ongoing work, a quality Harry had learned to appreciate rather than resent. That dedication to purpose beyond personal concerns had helped transform magical Britain from tyranny to emerging democracy in mere months. "Speaking of research," he said more quietly, "Hermione's team made progress on the bond's original creation. Apparently Bartholomew Potter and Eloise Greengrass didn't just create it based on the prophecy, they were themselves in love but prevented from marrying by family politics of their era." Daphne's eyebrows raised slightly. "That contradicts historical records. Both families documented the bond as purely strategic alliance." "Official records, yes," Harry agreed. "But Hermione found Eloise's private journals in the Department of Mysteries archives. They created the bond to ensure that someday, when the prophesied threat emerged, their descendants would have both the magical power to face it and the freedom to choose each other that they were denied." Daphne absorbed this with thoughtful consideration. "So our ancient obligation was actually their attempt to create future possibility." Interesting reframing. "I thought so," Harry said. "They couldn't change their world's restrictions, but they ensured we would have both the magical tools and the freedom to make different choices when the time came. A legacy of possibility rather than constraint," Daphne mused. "Perhaps we should incorporate that narrative into the educational reforms. The value of creating opportunity for future generations even when present circumstances seem fixed." Harry smiled at her characteristic ability to find strategic application in personal revelation. "Always the pragmatist, even at our wedding." "Balance, Potter," she reminded him with the hint of a smile. "Your idealism, my pragmatism. It's worked reasonably well so far." "Reasonably well," he repeated with mock offense. "We've only overthrown a Dark Lord, reformed magical government, and established unprecedented cooperation between magical communities. I'd say that exceeds reasonable standards." "Perhaps," she allowed, her expression softening. "Though I maintain the most improbable achievement was transforming our reluctant beginning into—" She hesitated, still finding direct emotional expression challenging despite their closeness. Into us, Harry completed simply, understanding what she meant without requiring elaboration. The most unexpected but valuable outcome of ancient blood magic. Indeed, she agreed, the golden light of their bond brightening between them as if in confirmation. From across the hall, Hermione signaled that it was time for their formal departure, the schedule Daphne herself had created maintaining its precise timing even during celebration. With practiced synchronization, they moved to rejoin their guests, personal moment complete but its significance carried with them. What had begun in obligation had evolved through choice. What ancient magic had mandated, they had transformed into opportunity. And what reluctant allies had built through necessity, partners now continued through decision. The revolution had succeeded. The governance transition progressed steadily. And at the center of it all, an unlikely bond between Gryffindor and Slytherin, between impulsive courage and calculated strategy, between Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass had created something neither magical prophecy nor blood pact could have fully predicted, a third path forward for magical Britain, and a shared future neither would have chosen initially but both now embraced completely. Ancient magic, modern choices, and the future they would build together, bound by blood, united by purpose, connected by something that had grown far beyond the golden marks upon their skin. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.